Good evening and welcome. So just rushing in here in the last seconds. So happy Sunday. Hope you guys are doing great. Hope you have a good weekend and we'll continue to have a good weekend for whatever is left. For me, only 4 hours and I'll spend them in hopefully great company. That's your responsibility, by the way. Let's see. Oh. Good. There, I'm halfway transparent. Bank holiday in the UK, 1 extra day off. Nice. What, any particular occasion, or it's just like, I remember that when I worked and I lived in UK, it was just like, bank holiday. Like, what are we celebrating? Bank holiday. Like, okay. But we're not a bank. Bank holiday. Like, all right, never mind. See you on Tuesday. Yeah. In Denmark, it's always some obscure thing. Yeah. So, plan for today? I don't know. You guys will figure it out. That means it's kind of a little bit of a tradition. It's kind of a thing on Sunday, sort of rounding off the week, and just instead of me sort of preparing what we want to play, then I'll leave it up to you, so that among the games that are sort of currently on the docket, then you guys can choose. DDR stream, you mean like Deutsche Demokratische Republik, East German stream? No, I don't think I'm going to do that. Don't think I'm going to do an East German stream. Odd. So the options you can choose between, and we'll put up Dance Dance Revolution. Oh, I was so close. It's unbelievably close. It is. I would say that it would within 10%. One revolution or another. I'm not sure I'd watch Nilo's dance. I mean, I'm a pretty freaking good dancer, so maybe you don't want to watch it, but I'm a good dancer. That doesn't mean that you'd want to watch it, but just means that it's a thing I do. I've taken Cuban salsa lessons and Argentinian tango lessons, although that's a long time ago. Now it's mostly just shaking the booty on the dance floor. Yeah. I don't want to watch any dance streams on Twitch. How about we take a dance pad and hook it up to Factorio, and then we speedrun Factorio on a dance pad? Yeah, so that's a dance tutorial workout stream. Yeah, I don't think that's the kind of workout I do is not really appropriate for Twitch. Mainly stuff for OnlyFans. So that's like a kind of workout I do. So, but you know. Yeah. So let's get back to the options of for today. What you can choose between. There will be desynced because we are doing good progress, and we now have a fully fledged space, and we can start looking into human tech and really dive into blight and virus, and really just sort of unlocking tech en masse because we have a functional base and a functional hub. Then we have Factorio self-expanding base. It has been on the menu here every time, not been selected yet. And when I say Factorio, then of course the self-expanding base that we'll be continuing with. I'd like to get it done at some point, and then maybe I'll just get it done in my own time so that I can make a YouTube showcase video for it. Then we have Icarus. Icarus was a new expansion that was just launched, and we did the first mission, and I would like to also continue to do more of that. Then we have StarCraft Brood War. I'm kind of putting it up here just for fun's sake, and I did that last time, and it ended up being the choice for the Sunday. I both like it and don't like it. I think it was fun that it got chosen, both in number of votes and the number of people who voted for it. But on the other hand, it was a little bit of a mass exodus for a prominent Sunday evening. So it's a little bit of a risky shot to put it up there because of course it's fun, but it's also kind of fun to actually have viewers on my stream. You know, I mean, I'm an old-fashioned person like that. Having viewers watch the stuff I make is also a little bit of a priority, and of course engaging with the stream. So next week, what I am planning to do there is more Desynced and more Icarus, and then on Friday I plan on spending $100 or €100 or whatever it is on the pre-order for Starfield so that I can get it 5 days early. I hate that it is like that, but I can't blame them because it's a fucking smart move. Like the same with Diablo, just like, but you can pay $30 extra and get it 5 days earlier. It's like, it's too much, but I'm gonna pay it, so it's not too much. It's just at that extortion level of just it feels so bad paying it, but I'm still paying it, and that means like they hit right the sweet spot, at least for me. But I could just wait until next week. But then again, you know, since Armored Core is not on the agenda, I liked Armored Core, but I wasn't very good at it, and you guys weren't very interested in it, so it didn't really make sense to keep it as a scheduled program here. Also, you may notice that Satisfactory is not on the menu for next week, and I just got a little bit bored with it last time, and so did you. And I was like, wow, we just spent 3-4 hours just laying belts back and forth and didn't really feel like I achieved anything. And so I think I'll take it off. I wanted to see it completed, but I just got really bored with it, and so did you, to judge by the people who were there, and mainly the people who weren't there. Then I couldn't keep it interesting for you, so too bad. So that's that means that I also have not included Satisfactory on the list of things we can vote for today. So let me set up the vote. What to play tonight? Desynced, Factorio, Icarus, or Brood War. Now I have set it up. There will be 5 minutes of voting starting now. And oh, delete poll. Don't do that. There. And I'll just get something up here. So it is now up and running. So get your votes in. Why is this not working? There we go. While visiting Sweden and have to get up to speed on VODs. Oh, right. I forgot to even do the VODs. Yeah, it's inevitable end of each Satisfactory playthrough. Yeah, it's not a rage quit. It's a bore quit. It's just like, we're all falling asleep and waking up like, it's midnight. Oh, I guess we're done streaming now. Yeah, so that's prices go down after release, so higher pre-release price is a natural mathematical extension. Yeah. That's they should think about. Yes, but they don't, and they haven't addressed it in the 4 years they've been in early access. So I don't think they're going to be addressing it now. I think they are happy with the game as a more of a Minecraft-esque style of play. And where's the ball? I don't see it. Refresh your stream. It's there. It's at the top of the chat. All right, so let's have a look at it. It seems like Factorio is taking a narrow lead. And Factorio, I guess it's because we've just been talking a little bit about Factorio, and there's a little bit of interest in coming back to Factorio. I'm happy to see Icarus being the new game also being high on the list. Looks like StarCraft Brood War is not going to be the option tonight. And Desynced is surprisingly low, which is a little bit strange. But then again, I am going to play Desynced next week anyway, so... it makes sense if we try something else. I have a little bit of bias back and forth between what I want to play, but I kind of don't want to sort of reveal my preferences. And yes, like all good democracies, if you have more money, then you can sway the vote even more. And if you have more money and is a developer, then you can manipulate the polls. Jeff, I'm looking at you. Last time Jeff put 200,000 points into votes, and it wasn't even Either he was the only one voting or he voted for all of them at once. Huh. All right, this is almost a dead race between Factorio and Icarus. I am impressed by little Icarus to keep up with this, and also interested how there's a little bit more Factorio interest now, and I guess that's because we just there was just a little bit of Factorio release here. Where is that comment? York. It's funny. Yeah. Okay, wow, it's dead even. So, if you have an opinion on Factorio or Icarus, then those are the ones. Someone's heavily throwing channel points, and it turns out it's Jeff voting for both of them at the same time. But it's pretty awesome. I love it. So you can say like, well, it's unfair that the people who are with more channel, the rich people get more votes. Well, no, it's not really, because they are also the ones who have been spending the time on the channel in order to accrue all those channel points, and then they are more core to the community, and therefore their opinion weighs more heavily with me if they want to sort of say, I want to expend all the credit I have accumulated for the last 2 months of watching Nilaf streams on just making this decision. I think that's an excellent choice. So now it's almost down to the wire, but there's a slight favor here for Factorio. It's gonna be like, no, it's not. It's completely dead even. Ooh, Icarus is winning. That's crazy. Oh, no, not anymore. All right, it's gonna be down to the wire. So if you are clicking, you better click fast now. Factorio just got moved ahead by a long shot. Okay, so I guess there might be like 5 people with clicking Factorio and then 3 people clicking Icarus or something like that. But it's damn close now. Oh, it is going quickly now. Wow, this is incredible. It's so fun, and I'm happy about this because first of all, I drained the swamp of all of your credits. That's something, but also it really just shows how it works, right? Click faster. All right, it looks like it's Factorio. Factorio is definitely had. Oh, interesting. Factorio it is. That's cool. And the Forsaken one voted with the most point, 192,000 points. Whew. That's pretty cool. Let's see. Who voted the... Oh, you voted for Icarus. Oh, no. Well, you voted a lot of points on Icarus. Wow, so it was basically you voting for Icarus. And, okay, so at Factorio... Okay, most interesting thing is we didn't see Jeff S on all of them. Outvoted, yeah. Just click the damn thing. All right, well, I think that this is good because everything is good. Because it means that we'll play Factorio, and we don't have Factorio on the docket aside from this, but we do have Icarus and we do have Desync on the docket, so that means we'll get a chance to play something we haven't played in quite a while now. Turns out multiple rich people, multiple millionaires can beat one billionaire. Something along those lines. And we'll just quit this one here. That was just nice background music. And let's see if we can find Factorio. It's been a while. Yeah, interestingly enough, that my video on YouTube for my evaluation of Factorio is... Yeah, so first of all, it's surprisingly popular. Maybe that's not surprising, but you know, it's a fucking reaction video. It shouldn't be popular, but whatever. Then the second thing is that that anytime I comment on Factorio or I comment on with opinion, people just are up in arms. And it seems like it's a highly contested topic, and people just get super angry for no reason if I don't have the same opinion as them with this regard. So it like, yeah, it's just some people are like, yeah, this is stupid. It's just a mod. Why would they charge extra money for just a mod? It's way better to play space exploration. And then the other teacher's like, it's nothing like space exploration. Quit comparing it. It's nothing at all like it. Like, yeah, or somewhere in the space. But you know, I am luckily entitled to my opinion, and opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got one, and they all stink. So that's the privilege of that. And luckily, on my YouTube channel, I am allowed to have my opinion within the within the terms and conditions that YouTube allows. So, or we've gotten one sneak peek and we lack enough data to decide about the expansion. Yes, that's also my response to that comment is that, well, they chose what to display, right? It was their choice what to display. They could have shown anything from the expansion they wanted, and they chose to show something that is space exploration light. That's what they chose to show us as the very first feature reveal, and that to me is like, it's a weird choice. Like, of course, it's like the big things, but you know, it was their choice, and that's what they felt was the most important thing to get out there. And of course, you want to address it head on and go like, throw it out there so you can address the whole space age versus space exploration immediately. And well, they will address it, and they will also sort of see my comment on it, that I feel it looks too much like space exploration to get me sort of uniquely excited about it. Sure, I'm getting excited, and sure, I'm gonna play it, absolutely. But it's just, you know, like, I I didn't see anything unique there. So, did I miss the vote? Yes, you did. It's YouTube, of course. The algorithm likes reaction video. It's not the algorithm likes reaction video. It's the fact that viewers like reaction videos. That's the same thing. If the viewers like it, then the algorithm likes it. That's kind of how it works. So, should have given more detail upfront about the non-space exploration parts. 3 years into development, and at least 1 year to go. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of. I would like something. Like, of course, they show a few new buildings, and they're sort of in a space context that makes sense, and it's a nice little gift that is on repeat. But it's just like let's say Spidertron. Like, if the Spidertron was new, show us the Spidertron. Like, if there's something as unique as the Spidertron, show us that thing so we can go like, oh, what is that thing? Is it an alien? Is it an enemy? Is it a new faction? Is it a buildable? Oh, that's so exciting! Like, you know, so we can sort of muse over it. Now we can go like, oh, okay, well, 4 new planets, like in space exploration, new science packs, like in space exploration. You can only build space science in space. Oh, like in space exploration. Cool. There's nothing much to talk about, is there? Until we get a more reveal. So that's kind of, there's the whole lot to talk about, except for the fact that, is it or is it not, or how much is it like space exploration? That's the only talk you can have based on what they've revealed, which I think is an uninteresting discussion. Yeah, weekly FFFs are going to be fun. I'm thinking of maybe doing this again, like on a Friday or Saturday or something. Have it like do a little reaction video on that. But I'm also really excited about the Friday Factorio facts, because it was a good view into the minds of the development and the progress, and go like, oh, we had this conundrum, and we could either do this or we could do that, and then we chose option 3, and go like, that's smart, clever. That I really liked, both from development perspectives or solutions to things that give us sort of an insight into something that, as a player, you think that it's obvious that you would do this, and then they explain like, oh, the obvious solution isn't viable because that would lead to some conflict or some inconsistency or some ambiguity or something else, and they go like, oh yeah, for me it was super simple, just do X. But if they did X, then you really wouldn't know what the outcome was, or it would work counterintuitive from how something else worked, or like oh yeah, So that's super valuable to get that input. So by time 3 minutes in development and now and one more to come. Yeah. What are they doing? Entirely new engine? 3D? No, definitely not. Well, I think that the reason why they're 3 years into development and still 1 year out is because they don't need to. I mean, developers can spend an infinite amount of time if they have an infinite amount of time. What is it? Now, someone will name the name, but work expands to fill the time allocated. And if you have infinite time, guess how much time it takes to build a new expansion? It takes infinite amount of time. So that's why. And I'm also like, from any I'm pretty sure that it's. Let's see if we can find examples from sort of the normal space of sort of product development. That if you have a product that is so successful and so profitable, why innovate? Like I'm thinking like the Nokia 3210 and 3310, they were so good that people just didn't replace them. And that's kind of a problem if you're expect to sell a new phone every 2 years and people just like me, I opened all my beers when as a student, that's a lot of beers by the way, with my 3210, and it was cracked up everywhere, but it still fucking worked. And then it's like, why would you? Then they come up with another one and go like, this thing is fine. Hello, Kashmir. Home from holiday. Welcome home. And I think there's a ton of things that yeah. You played Fortnite in Scotland? Interesting. Yeah. So anyway, I think that that's kind of. I know that there are other like classic examples of this case is from sort of product development, and it is a problem that if you make a product too good, then you can't sell replacement, and that's a little bit the case with Factorio. It still sells like hotcakes, and so why come up with a different flavor hotcake if the current one is just still selling 500,000 copies a year? Maybe you don't need to rush it. Dutch furniture company went bankrupt because the stuff never broke. Yeah, that's a good example. like, like, why are you not buying new? You buy it once and then that's it. And then suddenly you've saturated your market and no one buys new ones because they don't break. Yeah, there's a lot of those cases. I can't really come to mind. IKEA will never have that problem. No, but the IKEA also has the part that it's. I think the IKEA quality is really good. Like, I before IKEA was a thing, furniture was stupidly expensive, and you didn't really buy new furniture. You inherited furniture, and it was like piece of shit. So, yeah, IKEA, some of it is shady quality, but it's also like ridiculously cheap compared to what furniture used to be, and that's really nice when you can sort of refurbish your house, and that also means that you're more inclined to not sort of inherit that old chest of drawers and from your grandmother, and that's just the thing that you have because you're not going to spend the money on a new one. IKEA, well, you might do that. Announced they were soon come out with the V2 computer. People stopped buying, and the company went bankrupt. Oops. Yeah, that's always another one. See, much more cost-driven. They do now have much more solid wood furniture, and that's kind of yeah. I mean, this is what always happens. Like it's the classical. You want to move upstream, so IKEA comes in becoming the low price on the market. That means they gotta get their supply chain in order and their cost profiles in order. And once they have a global supply chain and good vendors and good deals and all that stuff working, then they can start going like, okay, now instead of being a low profit, we start sort of moving upstream and actually putting the name of the designers on them. That's when they something, I don't know. I feel like it was 10 years ago they started putting the names of the designers, like sort of branding it as no. This is not like your this is not only your cheap getting your first house. I need furniture. Oh shit, go to IKEA. But also like, I want something nice. They have the cheap and they have the nice. So I think that's good. So when the CEO of IKEA was elected president, but the Edwards assembled his cabinet. Well, it makes sense. Yeah. It's fine if you never move it, keep it in one place, but moving it doesn't work. Yeah, that's actually true. That's a good point. Yeah, you don't want to sort of it's too wobbly to take like a big cabinet and just carry it down some stairs, then it's all banged up afterwards. And that's fine. Like, you don't want to do that anyway, but yeah, you know. Yeah, cool. So, Factorio it is. Let's dive into some Factorio. It is an idea to actually play the Space mod by for the most place. Yeah, I'm considering it. I didn't really like Space Exploration mod, but it's definitely an option for us to give it a shot. I'm weighing the options. Let's see, and obviously, oh look at. Why does it say 8 subs for today? That is a big fat lie. That's 8 subs the last stream. Wow. There we go. 0 subs. That's more like it. Let's see. Didn't we have this one? Let's switch that to Factorio. There we go. And let's also change the name. There we go. Cool. So we are in Factorio. Oh, I need to update the stream title, name, all that stuff. Sunday, and then we just write it Factorio. Self-expanding base. And what was the command for Factorio? What's the command for my self-expanding base? I can't remember. It wasn't Factorio. And it wasn't like self-expanding. I don't know. Oh, workshop. I think it was workshop. There it was. Thank you. Cool. So we are now over in the Factorio category where we belong. Cool. So I think it's we better check. Damn, I haven't played this game in a long time. That's gonna be rough. Can you remember what was done? No. So here we are. It's working. Great. Done. Regismatizing. Okay, that's an interesting word, but oh no. All right. Yeah, I might not have played it, but that's the whole point, is that the game is playing itself. So, psh. It seems like it's running fine without us. It is. Let me see. Did I have? I'm just gonna check if I remember we took some notes. So let's see if we can find some notes where it says, "Remember, this is not working. Remember, this is not working." Session 12 notes. I don't think that was the last one. Make sure. Oh, there was red science station has no lights. Let's just check if those things are are working or not. Red science. Red science does indeed not have any lights. Okay. Oh, it's so funny that the Q button in Factorio is actually the Q button. Wait a minute. It has lights now. Okay, so that's turn off refining when low power is also another comment I have. I'm just going to go through these just to familiarize myself with what the hell's going on here. This must be the refining. Oh, this is so nice, this blueprint, this design here. What do you think about the mod Industrial Revolution? The mod Industrial Revolution can do the same as the mod maker. Go fuck itself. The mod maker is threatening to sue any streamer who wants to play the game. So yeah, that's nothing positive to say about Industrial Revolution or its mod maker. Oops, oops, oops. What? Oh, bottom light has no power. Also, by the way, why are we doing this? We're not supposed to be building this. We're supposed to be building the template for it, which means we need to go on templates. This is a different layer. That might work. This is where we actually gather the templates and have them all set up and ready to go, maybe. And then, where's my book? All right, go back to Canvas. Oh, the book is here. Let's see, switch. No. Like this? No. How do I switch back to having a character? Shift. Nope, that's not it. Nope. I can't remember. What was the command? Control E? No. I need to get back to having a character. So close this one. I thought it's not Control E. It's not Shift E. It's not Alt E. It's something with E. Alt Shift E? No. Control Shift E? No. Control Alt E? Ah, there we go. It's always the last one. It's always the last option, right? Why is it always the last place you look? And then I go... What was it? There. And then I go back onto the template world. And then we go into here. Then we take that one. And redo it. And that looks correct. And that means the template is now updated. All right. And then we can go back to Novice and look, close down here. Good. And then that gets us a little plus. Turn off refining when low power. So it's this one. So let's think about it. I think the argument would be that this is actually consuming quite a lot of power. 44 megawatt, yeah. And when we're low on power, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. This is not essential to getting power back on. From smelting block, yes. But I could also just reinvent the wheel yet again, couldn't I? Alright, so this one's just A25. And A is the overall battery charge, which is stored or sent in the network, which is currently 100. And it should be one of the first things. 25 means that it's one of the last things to turn off steel, because steel is always needed. Can you just link the XKCD instead? Turn off crude oil pump. No, there you go. They want to see it, and I can't really quite remember them by themselves. There are 14 competing standards. 14, ridiculous. We need to develop one universal standard that covers everything. Yes, situation. There are now 15 competing standards. Yes. Stop being so true. Oh, by the way, now that sort of dives into all my corporate nightmares. I was contacted a couple of days ago by some recruiting company, and they were like, we are one of the world's fastest growing agencies to handle talent and agile and management. And we looked at your profile and we're sure that you will be a great addition to our team and we can guarantee blah, 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 you know, all that bullshit. And I just replied like, I'm a sexual therapist gamer. Are you sure you're looking for my qualifications? I never heard back from them. Weird. So I guess this was not the qualifications they were referring to, oddly enough. Wow, my LinkedIn page has not been updated for 4.5 years, and you contact me. That does not bode well for your talents. Overqualified, yes, overqualified for everything. Uh, um, right. So I think I mean, I don't have any way to judge whether my previous self made sense or not. So I think it's fair enough that we actually try to build the stuff that is done here. So we are going to disconnect that. Disconnect that. No, we're not. We're going to go to the template level, which is a little bit more difficult to manage here. And circuits, and this is the one. Yeah. So now we need to break this off. Good. Okay, so that connects here. And so disconnect everything in here from everything outside. That one. This is the one we're going to use for connecting, or this one. There we go. And of course, this will still be affected. And this will still be affected a little bit. You should leave roboports in the main network. Yes, that's also what I've done here. Yep. Which now means that if I just need a single connection. What's that? A signpost. Is there a difference between ins and out? No. On. And then see. Nothing is blinking. Nope. Everything is good. And all we need now is a connection from the green wire. And this one will just be when A, which is the global accumulator charge, is less than 60. Top right for consistency. What's the Q button in Factorio? Wow. 60. Enable when it's...
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Hey, the first subscriber of the day, Osiris with the 15. Thank you. That just needs to be cut. Thank you for the 15 months. Here, Yes. What do you think of this Factorio Space Age expansion? I have a new vid. There we go. Maybe we should have a dedicated one. Dedicated one to maybe a Space Age command. Cool. So that's done. And then I will be... Hey, Silver Cecil, thank you very much. Look at that. Silver Cecil with just 200 bits every time there's an opportunity to start a train is significantly in the lead on the hype train. Or on the leaderboard. That is unusual. Let's put it that way. Oil processing. Ooh, I did say refining. Is that the same? It probably is. Yeah.
A kind gesture.
And thank you, Toman. I'll keep my position at the end of the list. Well, it should be... Well, no, you're not at the end of the list. Could be. Tania, thank you for... Tania, thank you for the 37 months. It's a long time and I still haven't learned your name. Alright, so that's the second one. Turn off refining. Add steam power to plastic build. Who the hell came up with that stupid idea? At least I have a question mark for it. Because that seems like a bad idea. Why would I want that? To the plastic build. No. Because then I have to bring in water. So that's not happening. That's a no. Excited about Space Age? My reaction here. Yes. Good. Perfect. Thank you, Jeffers. Then the last one I have on the note is add sulfuric acid train. That's interesting. That's really difficult to know. Hey, it's a 404. Thank you for gifting us up and triggering a potential train at least. Add a sulfuric acid train. Where would we get that from? Hey, Jay Westerman, thank you for the 2 metric years of very loyal support with the tier 3. That was quite a movement on the progress bar with the tier 3 sub. Thank you very much for that. And helping achieve and the Partner Plus. Let's see. Where do we think we'd want to have the sulfuric acid train from? This one is just making this. That one. Okay, so where are you? So this one. Oh no, that's not it. Add a sulfuric. No, that's not it. Well, it must be after this one. Here it is. Add a sulfuric acid train. Seems like it's here. Maybe that was added. Sulfuric acid train pick up from sulfur production. No, it's coming in here. It should be part of it. So this should be fine. Oh, it's not in the template yet? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the problem. We can try and see if it's a template issue. Yes, it's a template issue. Who the hell did that? And can I even repair? Yes. Wow, so 88%. Don't all just jump in at once. Aronimus, thank you for a gift sub.
Praise the sub.
Thank you, Osiris. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a bit. Is that correct?
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Why is there a missing sulfuric acid train here?
Welcome back. Your
That makes it a little bit more
steadfast loyalty is
complicated.
greatly appreciated.
Then I'm just gonna build a here. So this one will now be called. Yeah. Now you can get there. Why is it one of two now? There. No, I did not want to build that. Oh, it says 9 left. So what was that? That was a Cash App 99. Thank you for the 5 months of Prime. I very much appreciate it. And the vacation and came back to a family emergency. All settled again for now. Good to hear that. Sorry about that. That doesn't sound nice. There. What about you? Where are you going? Yes. These two are cool. So. I think that's it. Right. So that means we've now done all of the conditions we wanted. Yeah. And that means it's a good time to take a save. 14.1. And it has then stopped until we continue. Let's have a look at what is the next thing that we want to do here. Clearly we don't have the yellow signs. We don't have, yeah. This is also weird. Oh, that's because these are double up. Yeah, these have to double up. Okay. Do we need to add some kind of interaction to bits and subs again? I kind of feel that really is a necessity, it seems. You're saying we have yellow signs? Maybe on the template level we have? You know what, that's easy to just look here. We have yellow signs, okay. But is it building though? Or is it just ready? How do I find the yellow signs? Stations. I don't have yellow signs because there would be there. So it's not there yet. And what's not there yet is 60 seconds on the hype train. So we're 13 subs away, 6,100 bits in order to get to a modest level 2. So let me try to figure out. Nope, no level.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Wow. Thank you, Executor, for the 15 subs. It's very much appreciated, Executor. It's very, very much appreciated. I'm pretty sure it has passed through it once. But let's see what it has in the list of things it wants to do. Wants to make it green. Yeah, one. See, this one is 0. Oh, this is counting how many. It wants to make a blue. It wants to make a purple. But they should be taboo, right? No, they're not. Purple is taboo, but blue is not. So let's just figure out how bad the blue science is lacking. I really need a way to find things here. Yeah. 5,000. Bob Murphy, thank you for the gift sub.
Praise the sub.
This is the problem, isn't it? And we do have 2 of these. And I guess the main problem is the fact that how long time does it take for this to fill up a full train? Forever? $8,000 in a train? Takes 22 minutes. That's actually it's okay, but it's a little long. Where's the other blue? Oh, it's just one blue. Okay. Okay. So then it actually is correct that it wants another blue. And then after the... I'm just trying to understand what I'm doing here. After blue, it wants another purple. That's probably fine, but it's in taboo. But it will come out of taboo before it goes in. Science block is limited by tap block count. Is it though? 1, 2, 3. No. 1, 2, 3. Yes, this one is not lighting up, and I don't know why that is. So something. Yeah, I guess it has to be all 3 of them are active before it stops. It puts it in. But why is this one not active? All right, so final part on this train. If you want to get the train going, then consider subscribing now, like Starving is doing. Thank you for the tier 2 sub for 35 months. Much appreciated, Starving. And adding to the train, if you have a sub or want a sub, then doing it while it's on a hype train is much better. Okay, so this one says... Where's the token? The token is stuck here because it doesn't have a clear signal yet. So.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome.
Scorch, thank you for the 15 months. Thank you. See, that's what we want to talk about. Just get those resubs in while they make a difference. And we are again down to the last minute, and then we'll put it out of the misery, and it's again 15 subs for the next level. Well, previously it was 13 subs. So 15 subs in the last minute. Now it's 14 subs. DDKS, thank you for the 17 months. 14 subs for the next level. And let's see. So, oh, here we can see that sort of propagating thing here. What did we want to do? Oh, this is it's moving that way. The graph is moving that way. 30 seconds. I'm just trying to unravel what's working without unraveling my brain completely. Multiplied by 1. This condition is... okay. This basically doubles... It pretends that we have twice as many as we do. Thank you for the level 2. Thank you, Executor, for that... for the 15 subs. Very much appreciated. Did not get us anywhere beyond what you took us to the level 2, but thank you very much. And then I am... Okay, so this one basically just says that normally they are constrained by saying you're not allowed to make more green science than you already have lab facilities. But the exception being Blue, also no more blue than you have science facilities. That means there's this one checking how many science facilities. Now here, because each of the purple and the yellow signs are half as efficient as the other ones, that means I need 2 purple and 2 yellow for each science facility. Therefore, I sort of pretend for this calculation and this calculation that I have twice as many labs. It's the wrong way to do it, but that's how I'm going to do it. It'll call all sorts of weird things. That's why if I look here, it has one science lab, but if I look here, it has 2 science labs. So that's why this one is active, because it wants to make another one. It has 1 purple science, and there are 2 science labs, which means we can build 1 more purple. Yes. We can also make, we don't have any yellow, so yes, that is true. But why is this one not here? What is this one measuring? I don't know. It's online here, and that comes from, it does not come, it goes into that one. It goes into where? The input or the output? Input, and it comes from here. I don't understand that. Like this, oh, that's the output line. Okay. Where's the input line? Ugh. Why can I not rotate the camera so I can figure out where this is actually going? This is going on a green wire that goes up here. So it's monitoring. What is this logic saying? Is this greater than 0? That makes no sense, this condition. That makes no sense. Oh, right, because it does make sense. That is not how many are built, that is how many are requested. And this one is nothing, because for some reason there is no request for yellow science. Is there a request for yellow science? Yes. And excuse me, but why are you not? Because you're not hooked up. Here it lights up the green wire on the grid, but this one does not hook up the green wire. That looks like a bug. Wow. This one is hooked up to the central line. This one was not hooked up, but it is now. And now it actually has a yellow light, and it actually shows here. And now there are 3 yellow lights. And 3 yellow lights means that this one turns on. And that means we should be building a yellow build here. So there was a little bug here. Or I did the worst kind of way to disable it. Because it does say that it's requesting it. Here it's requesting blue because there's not enough blue, but that will be overridden because I already have as many blues as I should have. Okay, I'm just really slowly understanding this. Okay, so here this means that this is the charge of our global accumulator net, and it is has decreased down to 50%. It's at 57, 58, so it goes up. When it gets to 60, 59, 60, then we should there we go. Now it goes up to it gets green. But either way, it has marked that I also want to make more accumulation, more of these. All right, so I think we're at a point where we can enable it again. Oh, that's definitely something not enabled. Whee! And that should enable it to continue. For the yellow signs last time, green wire is connected to adjacent combinator to which you connected now. Oh, they also have another problem. This is the bigger problem actually. Damn. There was the stuff we ended up with the stuff being too fast. Something had completed too quickly. I remember that. Remember that? All right, I'm just going to read that 7 million times, that one. Looks like you connected wrong combinator for yellow signs last time. Green wire is connected to adjacent combinator to which you connected now. This, if it was connected to the adjacent one, then this would also light up the green grid, which it doesn't. And this one would light up the green grid, which it doesn't. So no. This one lights up the green grid here. Like you can see that the other ones are not enabling the same one because they don't sort of turn the green wavies. Yeah, it's hard to see. Yep, that's why that's why we check it. And if you suspect that you see something wrong, then by all means, just say it. Then we'll have a look. Oh, we have this nightmare. This hellscape of something that completed too quickly. Or maybe there was... You really shouldn't be there. You should be up there. But I really don't like cheating it onwards because then I don't know if that's actually a problem or it's a problem that caused because of the stuff I did here. Beep! And that makes power location. That's what... Damn it. Okay, so it's before I made this. Which one was the last thing we fixed? This one has been updated. Okay. I think the issue was that I put it in here 2 times, so it incremented it 1 more time. I'd like to get it started before taking my break, so that's what we're just gonna do now. So I think I need to put it back into here, right? Oh, that's not good. That's not good. So I guess I have to put it down here the first time. It's just that... Enable exoskeletons. And then we try. Good. Then I'm just going to leave it for the break. All right, so I will take my break now, and then we'll be back in 2 minutes. See you guys in a bit. And we're back. Thank you for sticking with me. So, yes, it's always easy to do this command. It's fine, and I don't need anything else here. But as we see, oh, wow, it goes a little bit quicker than I wanted to. Panic. That went way too quick. Why did it go so quick? I thought I tried it and ran it at 2 speed, and then it couldn't run at 2 speed. Just running up to 120. This microscopic base should be functional. It's also funny, I've just gotten used to playing like when we played Captain of Industry, Tectonica, everything, then my PC is just lighting a fire. It's a furnace. It's a jet engine over there. And I'm like, is it even on? But that's Factorio for you. It's of course a small base and it's pretty idle right now, so still. Okay, that works. We'll let it run, and and now the computer is asleep. Yep, better than that than the streamer or the audience. Well, the audience probably is. Right, let's walk through this and see how it works. Steel is still in taboo, so that's good. Brick smelting is coming along, fine. Iterating, yeah, and we are. No. What? 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 What's going on? Okay. I thought it was... Okay, so it is going... Okay, no problem, no problem. It's just that it wasn't started. It wasn't because it was too fast. It was just started. Wasn't started already. So, here we go. After brick smelting, let's have a look at what we think it'll do. It'll go to green circuits. Green circuits are not taboo. Nope. So it'll do green circuits. Then it'll probably go back and do a couple of solar panels. And then it should come up here and not do purple. But then it'll do that. Yeah. So I want to see it get to the point. Yep. It's now almost triggering. When it hits 50%. All right. So what it means is this is a graph that progresses over time. And it basically looks at, this is the current status of the accumulators, and they go up and down, but if they go below 50%, then it activates that it needs to build another one. And then it also, as it goes down, it also starts disabling various locations in the base. But this is kind of how we want to manage our power. So right now it's at 77, it goes up, and this one just kind of gives us a time view of, okay, it has been down for a while, but now it's actually progressing. Look, it's going up. Excellent. Probably because it's daytime. Probably because it's daytime. Yes. It was during the night when the accumulator charge was burned through. And then it now filling up with more solar panels for the next night. So it's perfectly fine that the accumulator charge drops down during the night. It should just not drop too far down. And then it's up and idle. Should be running something. Don't know what that is. Will community grid. I remember back in the days folding proteins on my idling on my PC back in my student days. And let's see where. Oops. Oh, and then everything else is triggered in the meantime. Damn. What are we building? Okay, so that was the green circuits. And now, as the green circuit builds, then obviously we are going to request... This is not good. What are you up to? Why would you go through that one? Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Why would you do that? That's so wrong. But that's why we at least say after 120 seconds it will go away. And then these can untangle themselves. Whew, that was a... So it actually had a pretty good recovery situation here, all things considered. Unload, 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 unload. And we get now another batch of green circuits inbound. And then it came back and now it's fine. This is what happens when sort of, let's say, one of these is the last thing to be placed. So the train will pass through this one, even though it's going through more stops and a station, because the other one hasn't been built yet. It's still ghostly built. And then when it gets built, it doesn't change it, and then it gets stuck. So now it makes another iron batch. Okay. Hey, yeah. Regular 9S. Yep. Missed the first hour. What are we up to? We're still kind of learning what it does, and then we're working our way towards seeing if the yellow science works. And then once we see that the yellow science works, deploys correctly, and then it'll start requesting things that we don't have, and then I'll kind of start from there. Are you dropping frames? I don't know. I'll check. Quality is good. 0.0 drop frames. Not a single drop frame during the stream. So, nope, no drop frames on my end. And here, these are ready to load. And now it's Mills. Purple science? Are you building purple science? You allowed to build purple science? Well, it's kind of sad that there's no light here. I could build lights here. Would they do anything except sort of confuse me? It just seems really gloomy now. Because it's blue lights. All right. Why did it build this? Because it requested it, I guess. I have now two. Okay, you're allowed to build 2 purple stations. That's fine. That's fine. All right. So after the purple station, now it'll request everything. It doesn't. It still requires bricks. That's not good. And greens are still being requested. Don't like that. Oh, what is it building? It said beep. Ah, solar. Of course. Good. Because it has dropped down here. It dropped below 30% or down to 30%. And now it's slowly recovering. And that's why we're building more of this. Switch around yellow. We are stuck in purple for so long time due to steel and bricks. Wouldn't it just be the other way around then? Maybe. I think that my issue right now is the taboo list is too short. They will simply fall out of this location, even though they really shouldn't. So we have one brick location. This brick location is bricking. Interesting why... Where is the brick? Why are you requesting it? Doesn't make sense to me. Okay, you're not requesting bricks. Good. Good, 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 good. Because it just came in just on time. And brick fell off, yes. And then it made a new power deployment. That's good. Always take some power deployment. And bricks are now coming out of the taboo list, which is good. But steel is can request another one. And then it's a... This one I'm not so sure about works. Oh, it actually worked. What did we build? It said bleep, but it didn't say any... it didn't say what it deployed. Or maybe it did. I just didn't see it. So another power patch or power thing. That's fine. All right. So steel, we just can't get rid of steel, it seems. And then green. And why is green? Green, green, green. Where would the green be requested? This one has so much. Where are you at? This is filling. Okay. And this is what? What are you doing? Oh, no. Yeah. That takes forever. Yeah, it does. It takes way too long to unload these. And also there's no light. And what is this? This is the purple science. So purple science is missing lights. Purple science missing lights. Purple. Science unloads too slowly for red, green circuits. Yeah, you're right. You're right. As usual. But this one is definitely not requesting green anymore. No, this is not, and it won't be anytime soon. Output signal L1. Huh? Why does it output L1? Which makes this one actually request more. Why would it request more when... Oh, okay, well, that's not much. What about here? 2.2. 10,000. So it is less than 10,000. Request another one. This is basically just occupying one of these all the time. Because it'll barely keep up. Like, what is the consumption rate of this? 10. And this is moving at 30. Now what? It's still requesting because it's only 3.7. This one is not requesting because it's 11. It's barely enough. $13. It goes up slowly, yes, but don't like it. It's too slow. Power is okay, but that's also the stuff we're building now. Building another power. 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row. Nice. And what is then going to be the next? Okay, now we don't build any more power. So we now build steel. What a surprise. And then it should be green circuits. And this one is... Oh, right. The reason why this one turns on now is because it has built a steel location. And that steel location immediately requests inbound here. Yep, one of those green, and that's only when it actually gets this trains in that it stops looking at that. So now we should get some iron ore inbound, please. Yes, here, iron ore. Come on in. This one's still outputting. There, and then it disappears. What did we build? Ah, it built another supplier. It shouldn't have. But alright, it did. Back to here. Supplier, steel, more power. It will just never really just progress beyond this. Green circuits. What? How are the green circuits not really good enough? I think the green circuits should be altered so that green circuits actually has an extra train here because it unloads so slowly. Maybe it doesn't matter if it unloads slowly if there's two of them, because right now we have all the stuff. We're just waiting for it to load up to 16. Which means right now someone is requesting green circuits that can't get it. I don't know who is. It's kind of difficult. We can't really see that. There's no way of seeing it. And that's more power. That's fine. This one as well is completely stuck. Okay, that's definitely it. Okay, here's a definite thing here. Green circuit will be changed. Green circuit, 2 trains. Exactly like we do for the smelters. Yep. So, where is that? Greens. Here. And it's still working back home. That's nice. Ah. Yeah, isn't that the problem? That it has to... Yeah, it has to be down here. Otherwise they risk bumping into each other. That's weird, right? This is weird. I know. I really wanted to go towards this one, but as soon as I do, then it stops. Could I also just do that? Because as soon as we deploy it, it'll go anyway. Yeah. And then a signal here. Hello, welcome. And 2 should now be the number, because we always have to make sure that that is fulfilled. Well, now we need to go back and stop the build. Stop the build. Oh, you just built. What are you building? Please don't be green. Please don't build green. Oh, steel. No, 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 it's flowing. It's flowing. It's gonna make the yellow now. Oh yeah. Make the yellow. Where is it? What? There. What happened? What happened? Where is it? How's it? What? What? What happened? Oh, I don't know what happened. It tried to build the yellow, I think. 33, 34. But it didn't work. It's still there. Oh no, I have no clue what's going on. I have no clue. What the hell? Anyone have any clue how it broke? Token stock, yes, but why? This token thing is just... Okay, I have a sneaking suspicion. No? If this is 33, then this must be 34. I have no idea. Problem is the autosave is really old, I think. I think we need to load up, set autosave higher for this build here, because we're going to be having to... Oh, it's 10 minutes. If I save now, that is 38. This is 30 minutes. So it's 8 minutes of extra work. But do we know that it's going to end up with the same? And it's still only... it's half as much, because this is not counting real minutes. It's counting in-game minutes, I think. So it's 4 minutes of redoing. I think it's related to the fact that it had to go so far down here. And maybe the time it took to go from here, this is what activates it. Then this time, by the time it got all the way through, it had already built it, and that might be the problem. Speed button mod. No, there's one here. Right? So that one is... what are we building now? Okay, so we're making plastic. That's incorrect. We didn't make plastic before, did we? So something has changed, but I still think it's going to be the same thing if it comes down to it. Stop. That did not stop. How did we not stop? There we go. Paused. How did this one not? Oh, daytime. Oh. That's it. Did it go in? Or is it stuck here on this belt? No, it's already going. Okay. Oh, I still want to be pressing space for break. What did we just build? Oil processing. That doesn't seem right. Was it oil processing? Oh, it came through this one? Yeah, it's oil processing. Okay. Waiting for this one to complete. And I'm going to pause it as soon as it starts the next cycle. Because we don't know what cycle it is. Plastic is in taboo. Steel is in taboo. So that means it should go up here. So that's actually next time we hear the little beep. Anytime now. 499. We have one idle. There. And then I take the save. Because this is the one I think will break. It can do steel. That's in taboo. It can do purple. It's in taboo. It must do the yellow. And if it does the yellow, there you go. That's how we pause it. And then it just works now, of course. Here we go. That was the yellow. Okay, it's just confusing that this one belongs to that. Okay, so the yellow, it's not been deployed yet. Nothing has gone out. Okay. So what is the problem here? Something about the yellow did not deploy. That's curious. Let's go back and load this. Awesome. There. I have a question. Do you have a mod for teaching to show a number of how many bubbles you have, or is there an option? No, I don't have a mod for that. Only mod I have is the one that shows my icon on the HQ. Double check the combinator is correct. Yes, that's this one 34 and 1 green, 33 and 1 green. This one. Oh, I see it. I see it from here. This is connected up to the grid. This one is not connected back up to that one. So it simply does not send the signal back, right? This one isn't connected either. Damn. I think we must have had an issue with these ones being taken out. Okay, so let's see if it works now. So the problem was that it triggered correctly, but it did not send the resulting signal here back up to the red, which goes back and actually issues the command. Okay, so let's go rolling. Are you ready? Yellow science gets deployed at this location. Woo! Ah. But did we do the stuff about the green circuits, by the way? Did we get that done? Now I kind of lost track of what I did. No, I did not. Okay, because I had to reload. And then there was a comment about use the one that's already existing. Okay. But it's the same thing, right? It's this one. There. Definitely not the easy way to do this. This will now be 2. This will now be put down. Yeah. Manual. I wanted to go to this one next. I wonder how that's determined. Okay. And I think that's it. 2. And I think that even though they're manually stopped. Oh, right. I went back here in order to copy this one out, and then I saw that it had failed on this one. So that was why we got distracted, as always. Just copy the fixed block and load the save a bit back then. No, because I didn't have the fixed block. And it wasn't really much that I needed fixing. I'm going to pick you up and then remember that that's where we need to place it. I'm going to go over to the template level. This one, remove all entities, is awful that it's the next one up. Green circuit. Yes, this is not fixed. Then I hope this works. And now I have set these to manual, but I believe that the mod we have that sets them to automatic overrides my manual setting. I hope. That's what we are going to be aiming for at least. Otherwise we just broke things. And back to novice. Here. And get a character back and place it. Yeah. Good. And you're still building. Nice, that was so efficient. So efficient. The brain block with wiring mess. Yeah, I don't want to do copy paste there at all, because then I'm like, oh, I just copy pasted it. I wonder what I copy pasted. So I want to have to do it manually. This is the yellow science. So yellow science should also trigger other things to be crafted that we don't have, like this. Batteries. Do we have batteries? We don't have batteries, right? Batteries. We don't have a battery train. Nope. Assault and battery. I have a battery delivery station, but no one's coming there. And we have a blue circuit. Okay, so now we need blue circuits. We need batteries. Okay, this one is, I'm just going to put there. Design. Battery. Design. Blue circuit. And what else? LDS? Do we also have that? Is that also a mystery? Steel? Well, steel is just always bad. LDS? Oh, also. Design. Low density structures. Okay, so there you have now 3 mods or 3 setups we need to design. I really should design them at ratio somewhat. This is one of those where I'm going to ask out to you developers or you viewers to see if any of you could help me out with figuring out how many blue circuits I need per second and how many low density structures I need per second. Both of those have to include the rocket launch as well. And the speed is 6 science per second. Does that make sense? And productivity modules in the rocket silo, but that's it. Okay. I'm just, see, that seems good numbers. And then I'm just going to wait until someone else can either confirm or if we get some different numbers. And there are some people here that I didn't use helmet for that. I use you, Grundig. You are my mod for that. I like throwing it out there. What are you doing? Huh. Where are you going again? Oh, right. They're just going up here, but they can't get up there yet. Yeah, this is just my temporary parking. There are people you believe in, some you don't. Yes. Pretty obvious, right? And it's not because, like, I believe that people are lying, but it's more that there are some who I think are generally thorough enough to remember, like, oh, let's click this and do that. And other people go like, 25. I go like, yeah. Don't worry, I'm 100% sure. And I'm like, yeah, but you know. So this is working. And now, you know what? Just make some more steel smelting because, of course, we need more steel smelting. How many steel builds do we have? It's also really nice, this part of just getting a sense of, we only have 3 steel, so it's not really that much. When we have 4 copper and 5, so we definitely need more steel generally. I like this. I like this. This is a really nice way of just getting a sense of how much do we actually have. And I put in extra characters or extra digits here because it's going to end up with more than 31. And the power is crashing. But let's just, I know we have some things to design, but the base works really well. Like the fact that you can see power is trending downwards, the base automatically shuts down different things in the base in order to conserve power until we can make more power. Just my view, exactly. I mean, this. I also have to do a little bit of admiring the view, right? But not too much because I think we have to go do some design. So, battery, blue circuit, or LDS. Hold on. How are we making accumulators, by the way? How do we make accumulators? Am I just cheating those? Yeah, I must have. I must be. Oh yeah, anything. Yeah, anything that's crafting is just magically cheated. Yes. Okay, so that's why. That is cheating. Ah, well, it's probably going to be beyond the scope of what we want to do, but still, it would be nice. 119 blue circuit machines. All right, I'm just going to go to the template world here and look at. Oh, I do have blue circuits. Cool. What about LDS? Do I also have that now that I'm just looking for things? No. The rocket, yes. And if low density structure is the one that should be here. And it's funny that I can see like a ghost image of it. Blue circuits. Okay, so we have blue circuits. Yay, we have blue circuits. We don't know if it works. Let's actually go back and see if if it's queued up for build. Blue circuits. Yes. Okay, good. Yes, that's also what I did. I was looking at it just to see low density rocket fuel rocket control unit. Okay, so I could find it. And I can also see that there is a blue circuit. It's not just the default icon. And it's queued up here, so it should be, well, batteries are going to be skipped, skipped and skipped, but it's trying to make it, but it won't succeed. Then another infinite resource build. And then what after that? Iron? Steel? Surprise, surprise. Steel still... Iron and steel are still in taboo, so Stop that. And then it will go up to battery. That means next one should actually be blue if it doesn't need more power, and it doesn't. So that should be blue next time. We're just gonna wait for the blue. This one go up to 2. Interesting how they are stalling. 28 chemical plants. Yeah, but I need to build that bigger because sort of in the eventuality we'd need to build it, reserve it also for accumulators because that's needing quite a lot. So that means next iteration, once these are idle, 40, 96, 95, 94, 6, 7, 9, and there. Next one should be, nope, nope, nope. Oh, it'll build battery, but that's an empty block. Steel still in and blue still in. Okay. That empty block might be a problem. Because it might build too quickly. No, it's not. It's perfect. And just the last little bit. And then we can... That's blocked off. That's blocked off. That's blocked. This one is also blocked now. And then it... Oh, it just went out to solar. Damn it. Ah, I thought we were just going to be doing it. Ah. Wild Ellen, welcome. All right, all right. We'll build another solar panel. Maybe we'll build 2 or 3 of them because it always takes time to recover. Basically every night we build like a handful of them. Oh, it's just one, so it's stabilizing more into what is actually needed. But there will be some things like purple science will be will be stuck because of steel, and then when it receives steel, then it'll be super busy. Yes, that's exactly where we are right now, isn't it? Yes, exactly what. And then that will be another one. Okay, what do we get? Ugh, another power. Ah, I need to get out of the power drought so we can actually see the next one. But the other ones, let's see. Iron is still in taboo. Steel is still in taboo. Plastic is still in taboo. And then it should be blue. Should. If nothing else weird comes up in the meantime. So let's build it. Is this on peaceful? There are no biters. This is a design challenge, not a normal game. Also in infinite mode. This is basically, I'm not building the base. It's building itself. That's the challenge of it. It's a self-replicating base. So I've built none of this. Well, I built this block here. All right, so that's good. You can just remove building token from boxes. I can, but I don't want to. I want to see it progress and not sort of, because then when we start manipulating with the automatic process, then suddenly breaks and then I go like, oh, is there a bug or is it me who inflicted this thing? That's why I'd rather just be enjoying the view for a little bit until it comes in and then letting it flow and seeing that it works and then seeing that it starts the next iteration. Now it should be identifying a blue circuit. Let's follow the token. It should be going over. Yes, blue circuit. Sweet. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's not a speed run, in case anyone is wondering. You shouldn't be wondering that. Okay, so this is now identifying that it makes a blue. I don't need to look at this because I wanted to see that it got built. When it got built, I can just come back to it later to see if it actually works. So back here, I don't like designing in this space, but I guess I have to. So low density structures. Is it low density we're missing? Yes. Bye bye green chairs. Nice to know you. Yep, that's how it is. Yeah. Nope, that's still not this one. It is LDS, which will require lots of copper. a little bit, a smidge of steel and some plastic. And the answer to this is bye-bye copper. That's fine. That's what we want. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's also a pretty awful number. How many did we need? 109, 291 LDS machines. That's kind of a lot. It is slow, yes. We're probably not going to make all of them in one build, so yeah. Just now we're just trying to gauge if we needed 11, then if we make 3 per minute here, then we're still getting 60, and I don't really want to take more than 60 of these, right? Because that's 2 full belts. So I'd rather have it this size and then make 4 of those in total. Yes, that's been decided. So now I need a good fast unloader for copper. That's probably under the green circuit is a good unloader for copper. Yep, here it is. That's the one. Well, that did not work. So this is a good unloader for copper, except we forgot to get the actual copper. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. And then we need 2 more things inbound, but they're low quantity. That's steel and plastic. Let's build the design first. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's the cat, but he's just sitting on the floor contemplating. It's Pixie, so everything's a little bit quiet. They've learned that if I whistle, they need to pay attention. I've also taught them that when I say outside and I say it in a certain voice, then they get all jittery because that means they get to go outside. So you can train them a little bit, but just this whistle and he's like, what do they do? So if I'm sitting in my living room and I hear them jump on the table, then I just have to whistle and I hear them jump down. it's something. How many is this? 80? Could that be organized in a different way? No, it's better in 4 rows because then each of this is easier to split into 4 rows. It's already split into 4 rows, so that's pretty good. Pretty manageable like this. There. Right, so 4 rows inbound. Okay, take that out. I'm gonna build this a million times, yet I still think about how I want to build it this time around as well. Nah, something has to be on the outside. So I'm gonna get one copper in here and 1 combined in here. No, one of them is outbound and one of them is that combined, and then you and you will be copper, which actually means that I get a different number of copper builds. I really could I place them in the middle? I probably could, but it would be annoying, right? Because it'll be something like, let's do it from the middle here. Or something. Let's try and see if that would work. Which one would be the outbound? I guess this one has to be the inbound. And the inbound is 20 plastic, 20 copper over 20 seconds. So it's just 1 per second. So not a problem at all. But where's the output? That's the output. Let's say that this one is output. Isn't that just it? It's not really a big deal. No beacons? No, beacons are purple signs, and I want to be able to sort of tell the story that this is a design that you can start as soon as you have robots. So as soon as you have the first robot, you can just go, and now I don't need to build anymore. 2 left blue are turned wrong. This is an inbound build. So let's take this one. This is grabbing from this belt. No, let's take this one. This is grabbing from this belt. It's grabbing from the middle belt. Sure. And then it's outputting on the furthest belt. Yes. From here, it's outputting on this belt, and it's inputting from the other belt. Yeah, I think it's correct. See, Torman, what did I say? What did you just say about trusting and not trusting people? Yeah. Didn't see the 2 reds were wrong. Don't see the reds. The reds are wrong. These are just turned the other way. These are output, and these are all input. Input to the factory. Input, 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 output. That's how this works. Input, input, and output. So this is not spaghetti. It could be way worse. The other part is now. Where do we get power poles? I'd really love to get these power poles, but they don't really seem to fit very well. And I think we could sort of squeeze them in. Like this. That'd be pretty okay. Or even better somewhere else. Yeah, that would be an ideal place to place them. And then this is the one that doesn't work. And then it also has to do this, which means these have to be like that. And then we're back to this pattern here again. Yes. And then this is the pattern that is kind of repeated. But if this is off, wouldn't it be better to place it over here? Yeah, I think so. That'd be that one, that one. And it's a cat cam. It's a cat. It's a boring cat, but you know, I can't make miracles happen. Just turning away from us, but okay. Want to see a boring cat cam? Let me just see if I can edit it a little bit. Configure video. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Pretty sure that I could crop it. Oh right, that's because it's a filter. Edit filter. Crop from the right. There you go.
Our illustrious champion returns.
That's a little bit less
Welcome
obtrusive. We
home.
could also just take it out from the top as well. That was not it. That was the bottom. That's not working when it gets up. There. Cool. And Just Too Nasty, thank you for the 37 months. Oh, that black type thing is weird. When there could be two cats on the table. Yeah, they've grown up. There. I remember the days. Well, as there are the days I remember. Here, I think I don't want this anyway. I'd rather want it here, because that should be. I still need to do one of these weird. Input, input, output, output. Yeah, and then some lights. And there. And this is the output. So I think this is good. Then we just need more. And let's see, how do we... This is the middle. Good. Green circuit. Oh yeah, I can't click. Okay, so now I have 4 items inbound, and these are not balanced, and I just so badly want to balance it. But that also means that I'm not going to take this one. I will not have a second train line here. They will come from the side. I think that makes more sense, maybe. Oops. And then we just need the good old-fashioned balancer. It's probably better to just find it somewhere. Here we are. Boop. Please check wagon to wagon balancing for copper unload station. Like this one or the other one? Like this one? Yeah, this one doesn't have it. It's consuming so fast that it maybe doesn't matter. Well, it hasn't been a problem so far. So we're gonna do like we do with so many other things. Ignore it and hope it goes away. Like taxes, women, you know, all these things. Already, oh, okay, this is a little bit excessive. I completely concur. Here I do have line balances, which is weird. Like, why would I do that? Yeah, why do I have line balances one place and not the other place? There must be some kind of obscure reason for that, but there. There. But this is necessary to split it evenly. And then that goes in here. And then I'm going to get a station on that side and a station on the other side. So let's find one of those minor stations here. That's a loading station. We don't want... Hey, this is exactly what we want. Okay. Yeah. It really is exactly what we're looking for, except that it still has that problem that it's unloading too slowly when it's just one of each. No. Here's two. It's 8. It's 4 inserters for each wagon, so that's pretty quick. And then I need an output, which is just going to be a simple one as well. So let's just copy all of this. It's going to be really standardized. I like copy pasting things, and that will just simply be a LDS icon. There. And one train, sure. A new one train can be here, and something like this. And this will go to here until full, and then until unload LDS there, until wait. Yes, maybe disable the automatic. And then this one never seems to figure out that it wants to be assigned here. Good.
Welcome back.
B Select, thank you for the Prime for 3 months. Thank you. Very much appreciated. A subscription coming in here and there. Let's do the middle ones. Then it's easier. So you go in.
Kind gesture.
And Silver Cecil, thank you. Oh, you got a new... Did you just get a 100k badge, or did it just not notice it before that red star on yellow background? Yeah, this is what I want. This is the design I want. Yeah. Piece together like this, and this, and this, and then change the login. Okay. And it goes this way, and it goes this way. Yeah. I think that's pretty smooth if we look at it. We need to change the names though. This will be steel inbound. Let's go plastic inbound. You are now plastic inbound, yes. And plastic and copper should be the same, so same stack, 100 stack, and then go you, and you, plastic. Good. And the other side will be steel. But steel has different numbers. So this will be 10,000. 10,000 steel. That's a lot. Okay. Yes. Do you want an automatic power cut off for this? Or is it just for furnace? I don't want it for this. I only want it for furnaces. This may not be the authorized one, but remember we are dealing with 3 items per minute per second, so it would have to be satisfactory for that to be an impressive number. There. That's pretty simple. Does it work, we think? This one's called LDS. It has 1. The train station is from LDS to LDS. It has a train fueling station. It goes in. It has the build that does total of 3. Not much. It could, no, it could be more, because then I can't just generally builds. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's true. It just doesn't look right. Like that. Yeah, that's better. There we go. You're right. And here I'll balance it out. And this location is steel, steel, steel. And the numbers are, I don't like that it's 10,000 steel. But then again, it's in 8 boxes, so. Plastic, 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 and this one is, when it's less than 2,000, it says that it wants something from the network. Oh, that one is very important. Tells us what is actually being built. And 20,000, and when it's less than 10,000, yes. And this one can go up to 2. Yep, I like it. It's good. We're happy. There. And then we'll go back to novice and jump into the character and pick up this part. And okay, it's gonna want to make some power poles anyway. Ooh, it's growing. We'll take a look at what's actually happening afterwards, but novice, go for that, or for this, and low density. 3 LDS per sec, and that's it. Okay, then I go back to novice. Then I'm smart enough to know that I've messed up so many things that I should probably take a blueprint. Then LDS is surprisingly still there. It hasn't been built a single one, or it hasn't iterated through at least, which is a little bit worrying, isn't it? That it never gets there. Don't forget my break. Oh, you're right. Completely forgot my break. Yeah, let's take the break here and then let this one continue. Well, it's not continuing anywhere if I don't put it in. Boop. Yeah, I know what the problem is here. Yeah. And then we leave it here for after the break. So thank you for joining so far. Let's take it. That cat is boring, but so is the other end of the camera. Be back in 2 minutes. It's slightly moved. That's as much interaction as you can expect. Okay. Did anything get built in the meantime? Not really. Well, a couple of those. Okay, so how do we force it to build what we want? I guess the blue circuits are still off, and let's see. Why are the blue circuits off? Because we are standing? Why are you standing? That makes no sense. Right, you want to go there. And you really want that inbound. Is it because it's... Oh, 0. Oh, no. Shoot. Okay. So there's a problem with the blue. First we identify it, then we fix it in the here and fix it also in the template. So what are we seeing? Oh, we're seeing oh, it's not because of sulfuric acid. It's actually because of oh no, that train. It's actually because of the reds. Well, this one says yes please, but I only have 2 reds. One is going to blue signs. That's makes sense. And the other one is waiting. 2.6, that's not much. So it says, can we get a review of where we are in terms of features and timeline? Or is that too corporate? What? Like this thing? Okay, so sorry. B-Select asked before the break. Been away for a while. What's the goal of this? Is there a mod that does the self part? Yes, there is a mod, a single mod that is essential. There are a few mods that are essential, but one that does the majority of the heavy lifting is this one, Blueprint Deployer. It basically means that if you put a blueprint in there and send a value of send a value of the robot construction robot, then it will deploy the blueprint number equal to the roboport number in that book at the X and Y coordinates you're deploying. So basically, you can put a book in here, and then it will it'll try to deploy it, the number you provided, and the coordinates you provided. So that means with that in and of itself, you can build a self-replicating base. That was fun. Which one did it just try to build? That's batteries again. Damn it. It'll never get past the batteries, I guess. And then I've just built all the logic to figure out where the next one is going to be built, like in a spiral, whether it needs more power, so it needs to build more additional power, where turning things off when power is low until it has built more power. Here it identifies what is needed, so it'll try to sort of start from the end, build some science facility, realize that we don't have the science, start building the science, realize we don't have the ingredients for the science, and then sort of count backwards. And then once the whole thing is done, then it'll just start all over and build and double up the production. And that's the infinite part of sort of infinitely rescalable, infinitely self-building. And the way we are, and let's come back to the factory much larger, then where are we in terms of features and stuff? Well, we're working on... We just completed the LDS, but it's not really deployed. We are missing the batteries, so we have to do a battery design, which should be pretty simple. And then we have, after we have battery design, then we have, actually we can see it here. Then we battery design, and then we have the rocket and the rocket control unit, and that's it. So we have like 3 more designs to make, and then a million things that are not working. And then after that, we have like the base function. Then we have some new things that could be added later on, like a hub, a way to identify resources, that kind of thing. But I don't think we'll ever get there. Isn't turn off threshold for refineries, which is 60, as I remember, should be lower, build new power threshold. Should be lower than build new. Yeah, I kind of see the point of that. And then I have 2 layers here. One for my build, and then one where I keep all the templates so that I have to fix the templates, then I don't have to sort of mess with the existing base. And in order to do that, I need to go out and pick up from here. Oink. And then go out of this build. Oh, that's no good. How the hell did that happen? No, I think I broke it. Because that one just sent it off. It should never send it off like that. Ah! Now it thinks it built something, and it didn't. The whole thing has iterated once too many. No! Crap. I might as well just reload it. Because that's definitely broken something. Yeah, that was probably right before the break, and I didn't do anything since then, so... I feel like a mod which allows you to program this type of logic with a script would be awesome. Doing this logic with the combinators is almost... No? Because you can do it with a script. You can just write a Lua script that plays Factorio for you but there is Lua, and you can make a mod that just plays the game for yourself. For me, the challenge is to get the game to do it and not write it in a script. So, don't agree with that. What the hell's weird? There we go. Because there's a really big difference between writing it in Lua, which is not playing Factorio, and then playing Factorio and then having it as the logic being a token on a belt that either goes into a function or does not go into a function. Let's see. This is the one. I set it to 60, and that was like the... What did I set the other ones to? 30? 35? 25? 40. Okay, so it should be 45. There. And then I need to overwrite that. You know what? I'm thinking like programming, like this is the program. This is the product that this is you opening the GUI of the whatever program we built. This is it. This is opening the studio, looking at the source code. This is the source code of it. And what happens when I do this move? This is compiling it. Now it's compiled. And then it's ready to run. That's actually a really good analogy. Might need a UX designer. They cost money. They don't add value. If there are square gray boxes in various nuances of gray, it's all we do. Yeah, we don't have a... And then we just go back to... And then we deploy it. It's not exactly continuous integration. Oh, what the hell is that? What is this? Where does this come from? Oh, it was the self-expanding base mining. Ah, yes. Someone building it for us. Pile of blueprints is that all errors are runtime errors. Okay, yeah. Yeah. And also, where's our test environment? Well, I mean, the test environment is here, but it also just happens to be the production environment. So, why did it not start? Because it's stuck here. That's always what happens when we break it. Need to just get a manual boot. There we go. And it continues making power because that's what it has identified. And then we need to start working on the design for batteries because I don't think we get batteries unless we... Oh, well. Go here. And then let's see, where's the battery build? Where is the battery build supposed to be? After the plastic sulfur. That one. So this will be batteries. Batteries. Ah, that one. Yeah. 3 point something. How much do we need? Did someone remember that? $28 battery machines. Okay. I think I'll double this. Power poles. Oh, right. It could have been one more. And this is, yeah, 6. Yeah, and yes. And that goes in. Right? And then double up. And that should be something. How much power, how much everything goes in? Nothing much. Let's see. Good. Hey Draco, good evening. Appreciate your Space Age reaction video. Very good points raised. Thank you. Much appreciated. It's a very contested video. Some people absolutely hate it and some absolutely love it. No. Most people disagree, but in various directions. So thank you for saying that it's a little bit balanced. Because most are like, no, you're wrong, because it's insert extreme counterpoint. And these are all just same quantity ins and out, I guess. So maybe we'll just do the usual here. That one. Oops.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome
Woohoo!
home.
Thank you, Draco. Thank you for the 33 months. I liked it, but I guess that's because I agree with the points you made. Yes. There's no point in hating someone for having the same opinions. You can hate people for others' opinions than your own. That's kind of very popular these days, so not that I'm saying you are, but that's it's also just but that's like, oh my god, I'm new to the internet. People can't civilly disagree. They can't be like, okay, you raise a good point, but I don't really see. I like, for example, like, okay, yeah, I see you raise a good point that it looks like space exploration light, but I think that's just because they thought that was the most important thing to get out. I'm sure that over the next year we'll get a million things that make it different. Very valid counterpoint. Also something I say, but that's not how generally the internet works. We should use batteries for accumulators sometime. Yeah. I'm also just thinking like it's so low quantity that it might just be like, yeah, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, and yeah, yes. Then I also think that I need to build the whole thing a little bit up. Which one is it? I know that one of them means that. See, I want to make sure that. Hold on, how much is this now? 24. Still not really anything. I want to make sure that this one is directly into the unloader. We're just gonna build it basically like the previous one. Damn, we just kind of need this whole build. All right, we'll take it in pieces. Yeah. And that was perfect. That was exactly what we wanted. And this one will be batteries. Ta-da! Perfect. The point that I really appreciate is that the DLC doesn't seem to offer a new mechanic, or not yet. Yes. And of course, there's also, of course, a personal angle of it. I would like my designs to be invalidated. But yeah, because then I can make new ones. And I don't want them to be specifically invalidated. I just want them to be not optimal anymore. Index C, thank you for the 25 months. So I think that if my builds worked in the DLC, but they could be better. For example, in Dyson Sphere, when they added proliferators, then all of my existing builds worked, but all the ones that wanted proliferator into the build were like, well, now they're not so good anymore, and they really should be redesigned, but they still work. You can still play the game just fine, but you're not playing it like Nilos would play it, right? And that means need to jump back in. I think you were spot on that it's not hugely exciting because they haven't released anything that's quite unique yet. Yes, that was the core message I wanted to convey, but people always just kind of misinterpret it. But that's exactly the core message, was that they could show anything, and they chose to show something that was like, oh, okay, cool. And I think that if for your launch you want to get people as excited as possible. You want to have some memeable content. Like, let's play the other game. Let's play the other game. What would Snoot and Jace have done? They would not have done this, right? There's no way that they would have presented like this. And I'm not saying that that's the gold standard of how to do it, but just like playing the devil's advocate on how would they do it. Like, they would have made a story out of it or something, but they would also have been the reveal of it. And I think that that's yeah, very valid to look at it. And I think this is also the difference between Satisfactory until recently having 2 community managers and Voop having 0 community managers. At least seems like it, right? They said they tinkered with recipes. I hope so. So probably blueprints will be invalidated. I don't. Maybe not, but it would be nice. Like it would be nice to sort of circuits need wood or something. Yay! And there's games some hints in forums about there being cool stuff coming, but yeah, until they actually talk about it, it's so what. I don't know if it's so what. It's just like yeah. I would have shown something that would get people. Oh, I think the best way of explaining it, I would put something in that would get people starting theory crafting. Like, what are we theory crafting with this? Is the Spider-Tron being moved to tech? No, not really. I wonder what that grabber is. Well, it seems to be grabbing stuff. I wonder what the grinder is. It's probably grinding, um, right? So we can. There's nothing where they show the legs of a Spider-Tron and we go like, ooh, right? Yeah, underground trains theory is probably dead at the point. Yeah, me too. Yeah. So I am this is really key. I'm not hating on the expansion. I am questioning their marketing strategy. That's it. Rotating camera. Oh God, I want to I want to see that game that was showcased in that Unreal demo. Or was it Unreal or was it the other one? Yeah, I honestly didn't think they were still making the DLC because it's been. No, of course they are. Of course they were. I mean, they have to have a job, right? And two community, probably 2 developers. Yeah. The most important takeaway from the blog is Rube is in fact still alive. That binary. I think that's also a very valid point, and they are not sort of taking the money and sailed off into the sunset or something like that. Don't actually want that. I think I'll get these. I like the ones we built down here. They are more robust, I think. Yeah. Okay. And then we need the last inbound, which will be a liquid. What do you bring in? Yeah, that's an output. So we can't use that. Where do we have an input? We have that for blue. There we go. That's the one. Brilliant. They come with a very real risk of crashing. Must do something to mitigate. I think that would be awesome. What? Oh, you mean like, oh, right, not, I thought it was, we're talking about Voob is still being alive, and then you're commenting like, oh, is if Voob was crashing, we'd have to do something? All right, that's interesting. Uh, how would you feel about suborbital rockets to move stuff around? I don't know. I mean, I would imagine you can still do suborbital rockets. You just have to send them into the space and then send them back again. Like, send them to the station and get them back. And I think we got everything here. Oh no, how did that miss so badly? One off, as always. That doesn't look good. Yeah. Sulfuric acid inbound. 1, yes, all good. This is done. And it goes in, yes, and it spreads out, all fine. And then I just need copper on this one and iron on the other one. Those are the only things we need to change, and then this will be iron instead. Nope, that's definitely not correct. It is iron inbound. All of that is now done. Anything missing? Oh yeah, the usual thing is missing. This one. Acid not connected yet. Goes from here, in here. Yes, sounds like it seems to be correct, connected. I think the issue with orbital rockets is that trains are so overpowered that it doesn't make sense. Yes. Did you see the value for what is produced? Down here. Battery. Thank you for reminding me, but it did. Yep, now it's connected. It was connected before you said it. So yeah, I also think suborbital rockets is a bad idea because it'll either be so bad that it doesn't compete with trains or so good that it invalidates trains. Either way is not really great. And then you'll be like, oh, but it's for really long distances. Like, yeah, but isn't trains also for really long distances? Like, is there a range where you feel like, oh, trains don't work anymore? And are you really building that big? Yeah. I'm still really mostly interested in how they balance the need to go to multiple planets versus the... Oh. We missed the trains. Missed the train up here. Yeah, the need to go to multiple planets versus the... I don't know, like not like... I don't know how to say this, but... yeah, you want to go to other planets, but you also don't want to spend so much time sort of getting to the planets or setting up the same thing on all the planets. Like that's the core. How do you make it interesting and unique to go to another planet and not just make it feel like, I need to build the same base one more time? Like, it's a different color. There may be more or less spiders. That's not really good doing it for me. But then it could be like, oh, on this planet you have, let's see, amazing solar energy. Woohoo! Awesome. Then again, you're like, so what? Just either place more or less. So that doesn't really do anything. It could be something like on this planet, all smelters run at double speed because it's a smelting planet or something. I think it's really difficult in Factorio to incentivize you to build at a planet. So I think they may end up having to force you to build on the planet by basically saying, in order to process the titanium, you need a titanium smelter, and the titanium smelter only works on planet Titania. That's just how it works. And then we go like, so I have to build it here. All right, well, at least I can take the titanium and back to my, I'm just saying titanium, by the way, back to my home planet. And then I can, no, because you have to build it in an assembler, and that assembler only works on that planet. You're like, all right, you're forcing me to build it there. And then my only choice is, oh, it also needs some oil, and it needs some iron, and it needs some stuff. So I bring that in, or do I harvest it on that planet and thereby sort of end up building a bus? So that's the thing I'm wondering about. I looked up VOOP UK company accounts after the UK. Why would they have a UK company? Oh, yeah. Good evening, Bartha. Good to see you. Crossing continental oceans, maybe, but Given how easy landfill is, exactly. Like, oh no, there's an ocean. Now there's a land bridge. Well, they'll do it by DSP way by resource. But in DSP, you can always bring things back. The reason why you're incentivized to do that in DSP is a little bit because of the cost of transporting, not much, but mainly because the size of your titanium industry and silicon industry is prohibitive to build on your home planet. There's simply not enough room by the time you go out and you go like I want to build like 12 smelting columns and I can't fit in 12 smelting columns on my home planet, so I'll build it on the titanium planet. And then I'll bring that home or that to whatever crafting planet. And that's I don't think that works in Factorio because you have unlimited space and you have unlimited resources. You don't have that in Dyson Sphere. You have limited resources on each planet and you have limited space on each planet. And I think that therefore the incentives that make it work in DSP don't work in Factorio. And in Factorio, someone like me wouldn't mind paying double to simplify my logistics because resources are infinite, and then it gives me an excuse to scale up. Yeah, there's gotta be Cliff Hell Planet that contains the thing you need to research Cliff Explosive. Mark my words. I know, and the planet that has biter military is full of biters, right? So it makes sense. During the Victoria Story missions units, I hope those continue. Yeah, they were not popular, so I can't really continue those. They were too unpopular to say it like that. Unfortunately, I would have loved to complete it for sort of the sense of completion, but I just can't do that because it's just yeah, it's a lot of work for absolutely no gain, and even not only just no gain, but also a negative gain because adding videos to my YouTube channel that gets way less views means that my channel gets rated lower and therefore my videos gets pushed to fewer people. So ideally the best way to make YouTube channel is make few high quality, high clickable videos and don't like make a whole series of stuff. That's just the way it works. And that's because that's how they want it to work and that's perfectly fine. And therefore sort of the whole idea of having a let's play series just doesn't work on YouTube. Every video should be valuable in and of itself. So should the same move. Now if you could make the starter base an orbital platform and then push the platform around to get new planet bootstrap. Oh, do you mean Astro Colony? Yeah. It's probably full of weird type biters like leapers and flyers or diggers or something. I don't know. I mean, we don't know how big it actually is, the game. Then the algorithm. It makes sense. It makes sense. Shouldn't we have a failsafe condition for trains like wait at most X minutes to mitigate possible deadlocks on bad train? You're right. You're right. We did add it on some of them, but we didn't add them on all of them. Like this one. Or time past 120. You're right. See, why does it go to that one? How would I force it to go to this one? Okay, like that, I guess. Wonder if that gets stored. Yeah. Are the Icarus mission videos also over? Icarus mission videos. I have recorded one for YouTube, but I'm, again, according to the same principle, I'm contemplating. I replayed the mission one by myself and made a video, edited, uploaded it, but didn't release it because I am honestly thinking that it might be more valuable to not release it than to release it, which is shit. But because we all know that it's not going to get many views, but at least one will maybe serve us to sort of remind, hey, we're actually playing it on Twitch, so come on over to Twitch instead. It is a thing. Current station and auto trains mod just switches trains to auto mode. Okay. Do what you have to do. Nah, I don't want to do what I have to do because my YouTube channel is shit right now, but it's a mess. It's so weird. Like, there's only, like, I have Twitch, YouTube, and Patreon. And at any given time, only one of them can work. The other two don't work. Like, Twitch is obviously not working for me. YouTube is obviously not working for me. Patreon is kind of working for me because of the blueprint for the desynced, but nothing else is working. And it's always like that. Then somehow we do something that works on Twitch, and then patrons disappear and YouTube views goes away. And then I do something that works on YouTube, and then yeah. But that also just means that there's always something to focus on, which is fine. Just need to refine your algorithm. Yes. Oh my God, you won't believe. Or real space engineer reacts to Factorio Space Age. And then I have to put "Let's Game It Out" logo on my thumbnail because I wanted to make people think that it's "Let's Game It Out's video, so they click on it. Or maybe a picture of Mr. Beast just on my thumbnails. That always works, right? You want me to do that? You want me to really game the algorithm? Kin videos, yes. I think there are enough of those on the internet. All right, let's wrap this one and figure out if it isn't ready to go. I think it was. Yes. So the part we needed was we need the blueprint book. And take it out, and then go here, 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 here. Battery. How much battery did we make? 3, 6, 9? I can't remember. 24. Battery. Sec. I don't know. Singular. Whatever. Good. That's done. Go back. Here. I'm going to save before I do something stupid. I could also just not do something stupid, but that's not an option. Then I want to find this. Whoa, why is it? Oh, okay, I know. Battery. Good thing I did that. How the hell did that mess up? Oh, it's one of these. Yes. No, it's not actually. Hmm? There's just misaligned here. Why is this one not powered? And I have one. Good. And I also need to check some of the other ones we built here. Okay, so that also has an outbound, and yes. Now there's one here. Whew. Great recap. Totally. Thank you. If you recapture blueprint contents, it doesn't always correctly set the grid offset. Well, actually, if you recapture, then it will, as long as you take exactly the same amount of stuff in there. But if you see, that's going to be the next one that'll haunt us. Yep. Good. Okay, so batteries are done, and I will now go back here. You are never going to work, are you? Well, you might, but only when this one gets done. And I had one more with battery that was built up here. That was also battery. So here. So now we have the two batteries, and then hopefully it has not started working on anything else. Good. Let's go back to our middle here and look at how many of each have been built. Batteries, 2. And now I've actually just pinpointed them. 2 of these. 0 of that, because we just don't get there. Grumble, grumble, grumble. I'm also really not sure I like this. I think this one should be 1 bigger, and I'm not really... I think it sort of slides out a little bit too quickly. But maybe that's just me. Yeah, and then this would need to be restarted. Whoosh. Beep. Damn you. Beep. And I save again. Right. Unfortunately, it's going to take a long time before it actually gets to the low density structures. Is the LDS grid offset right? I hope so. It's not, though. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I didn't even need to retake it. I just need to do this. Oh, no. Oh, yes. It's fine. They're still working. So I was so quick that it... Done. All right. Iron still wants to be worked on? Really? I guess. Copper? It's probably those damn blue circuits. And the green circuit's not, though. And steel? Always. And then red? Beep, damn you. What is that going to be? That was what? Iron smelting. All right, cool. Yeah, so at this point, what I seem to think is that it sort of slowly builds up like raw resources, smelting, circuits, the final product into science, and then it sort of slowly builds up, and then it gets that. And then it will start by building the new science, and as soon as that goes in, it'll start cascading down and go like, oh, if I want this new science, then I need more circuits, I need more sulfuric acid, I need more. And then each of those get built, and then like, oh, now I need plastic, and I need green circuits, and I need copper, and I need iron, and I need steel, and then it's sort of, it's a pyramid, and then it spreads out, and then it has to build like in total maybe 15 blocks plus all of the solar blocks. And then once it's sort of stabilized at that, then it can go on to the next thing. So right now it's, oh, I think it's like Tower of Hanoi, that game thing where you have some circles and on some pins, and you have to move them, but you can never put a thing that is bigger on top of one that's smaller. And it kind of feels the same way, like you have to move everything just to move the bigger block one, and then you move them all back over to that one, and then you can move the big one over. That's kind of how it feels, this base. Like it has to, every time you take another tier step up, you have to go all the way down and just build everything up to that level. And then when you get that, you can take one level up again, which is also very much like how Factorio works sometimes. It is a pretty sizable base we have here. Cool. Now it's going to make, nope, not iron, steel, because always steel, more steel. If in doubt, make more steel. How many steel builds do we have? I think 6 now. It's not as many as I would think. So I think that's because it's mainly constrained not by request, but by the fact that it has to wait until it can build another steel. Let's have a look at our purple signs. Oh, it's working. It's getting steel. Yeah. Oh, lights. Funny how this is the first thing that was built. It has everything except the remaining signs. And then the yellow signs was built down this corner. So, no. Yellow sign, no. Oh, man. Yellow signs. No, this is a blue circuit. So let's just say the blue circuit works if we get red. But that's one of the things we're missing. You could also describe it as a depth first traversal of the dependency tree. I could, but then I wouldn't know what I was saying. So don't think that's my first go-to options on explaining it. Okay, so both purple and yellow signs, and probably also batteries, because that's also a copy paste of a new one. Here is lacking. No, that has lights here. But both purple and yellow signs are missing batteries. And what are you missing? You're missing the LDS, and the LDS hasn't even been built yet. And the blue circuits are not built yet. But I do have blue circuits. They have been built. Not a lot. And that's because of reds. And reds is probably the next one in line. Well, they're chugging along. And how much we got? Not much. So this one must have just left. We have 3 red circuit builds. It's also an easy way to see that. Waiting, waiting, waiting. Yeah. This is kind of like a desperation move where it says, all right, even the red circuit is so slow that just send it out once in a while. And now it gets more power. Cool. Looks like there's an error in the yellow signs. Iron train could not be stuck there. Oh, where is the? Should not be stuck there. You're right. That's true. What are you doing? You're unable to unload. Yes. I wonder why. Right, fly over there. That is a good point. A really good point. It should not be stuck there. So, why? Oh, why are you stuck here? Because you cannot unload. So that means you've been brought in here at a time when you shouldn't be brought in. I guess that's because there is no connection from... Oh, what is... That was weird. What is this? What is all those icons? That's odd. Never seen that before. What the hell is that? 144 525 146 158. I think the answer is that this is not connected to that, right? Or it's not connected from here to here. Because now it says 0, and then this one should be going out. So we can salvage this, but it needs to be fixed over in the correct way. Thank you. What are we building? Okay. So, let's see. So, science is further down. Purple science needs some lights. Is that how I want the lights to be? Yes. Very important. Then we take a copy of the purple. And we do the same here. And then by the time we've done this trivial thing, we've forgotten what we're actually supposed to do. This is the most fascinating thing about Factorio is like one green wire can potentially cause the entire base to get stuck. I just love that. It's the essence of programming. Like one semicolon, one greater than, there should have been a greater than or equal to, and it just stops working. And then when it works, you go like, holy shit, that's a lot of greater than or equal signs and semicolons and ifs, and that's just correct now. Oh, we have kitten still. We still have a sleepy kitty. Okay, we can take the kitty off now. And we'll see the views plummet. Oh, we forgot our break again. And let's go back to, oh, I just almost clicked the button of destruction, death, doom, and destruction. And I'll just be saving as a reminder of don't inflict pain on yourself. We are not masochists. Beep. Tasks show completed. What the hell? Let's do that. Boop. There we go. More red circuits. Then at least that gets put into the tab list. Cool. We will be back in 2 minutes, and then for the last 55 minutes of today, unless of course we get a level 5 hype train. Do you remember how that works? Be back in 2 minutes. Back. I heard a little beep, so at least things are progressing. And there was a good point from Grundig, as usual. Lots of good points. I want to see. We managed to design the LDS. We managed to design the battery. We managed to Ignore the fact that it's unloading too slow, and we've purple signs, and we have now added lights to purple signs as well. So those are things that we have now done. Let's have a look at our new designs, if they also have this flaw. Let's go to the template world. I don't think so, but because this was, yeah, a specific copy. That is connected. That is connected. And this is connected. Whoa. That's odd. That doesn't make no sense, right? Does it? Oh, right, it makes sense because this one is 4 boxes and this is also 4 boxes, just from one in one input and from 2 inputs. Yes, so it does make sense. Robot travel time is quite high already. Yeah, you're right. Not really a lot I can do about it, I think. Like realistically. This is building, and of course after making red circuits, then we want to make green circuits, and then we're gonna get more raw resources. And wonder what it's gonna build after that. Steel. Copper. Iron, copper, steel. Okay, copper diminished. This one should also diminish. And that's the one here. And then if the next one will be iron, that's perfect and done. That's taken out. Steel is always there, but at least it's still taboo. So it go up to plastic. Plastic should also be coming in because plastic is this one, right? But it's so low plastic. This one is inbound. Oh, it's only 2 plastic belts. Well, then it is true that we do need more plastic, I guess. Although this is loading pretty quickly. And you're almost ready to go out. But it won't get there in time. But then again, we're going to need more plastic anyway. 2 plastic is not enough. And we also need it for LDS anyway. Oh, and you didn't even... That is so absurd, the way that it's pathing. But it's all good. It's all good. Here is far away. Filling up. Yeah. Those reds. Now there are 4 reds. What are we building now? Power. Okay. It was so good to take the power out of the equation for the hype train, the taboo list. Add more bots. They're pretty quick. I don't want to have too many bots though. Yeah, you know what? Let's try botting it up. Ah, damn it! Did I break it? No, I didn't break it. It's there. Okay, we have to wait until this one round. Good. That's making another plastic. Yeah, that's what we thought. So, yeah, this is a problem because this is super advanced and I have no clue how that's done. I don't think I can just... Like, it says 100, but that's not what it does. Like, this is 100. So, clearly this thing isn't really respecting what it's supposed to do, is it? This is getting the black icon in. The black icon is what? It's the start icon, right? Yeah, it's the start. But I'm not going to be triggering the start thing. So this is... Okay, so they're at 500. So I think actually I could just place in more robots here, right? What's 100? 200? 300. So that's... Now it's 800 in total. I'd like to have 1,000. Nah, screw it. This is fine. Do I also need some of these other ones? 20. Let's try this. Oh, yeah. See how that works. There'll be fewer flights back and forth. It should be able to do everything in 2 batches. I don't think I want everything to be done in 1 batch, because this is always what's going to happen anyway. And then they spread out. So that's more steel smelting. What a gigantic surprise that we need more steel smelting. Could we just please get on with the... it's the other side of the blue signs. Oh, we're never going to get this. It definitely has to be like a new priority on this. But then again, I don't know. Like the idea of setting yellow signs before purple signs, it might work. Long-term, the base will want to scale the bot count with the total size, so that we are quite a way off from being able to automate that. But we're also, I don't know, it's not going to be a big deal. I mean, it could just take this number of things and basically say for every adding a total number of bots of saying adding 10 more bots for every city block. Sure, that'd probably be fine. Start with 500, and I don't know, is this like another 100? What is it? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Oh, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. All right, 108. So that would be 1,800 if we just set like every... I'm putting it as an idea. Scale construction bots with number of city blocks. Yeah, 10 bots per block. Yep, exactly. That would not be awful, I think. The issue is getting past all of this, because at some point it'll stabilize. Except steel. Steel will never stabilize. It's just the way of the steel. Plastic is weird, right? Because we just built a new plastic build, and maybe plastic is something that should have 2 trains, because it's basically got a full train waiting. This is unloading, because it's only unloading with 4 per block, so it's actually not unloading particularly fast. Let's look at the odd way that it's traveling. They're right next to each other, but okay. And then it fills up pretty damn quickly. And now it fills up twice as fast as it empties. It will stabilize, not... Yeah, but stabilize, like, how long time does it take for the blue signs to... blue circuits to stabilize? And then all the... would it not make sense to wind back our known text so that we could, by research something out of purples? No, it wouldn't. I don't want to do that. I want to sort of... that might be something I'll set it in a state where we can do that, but it has the other problem that then it would have to have a check to see if the stuff that we are building is actually researched yet. Oh, rocket control units. Oh, we haven't researched it yet. So that's kind of one of those, yeah, it's not so cool. So there's a lot of corners to cut in this, and eventually if we have a desire for more, then we can always just do it. This doesn't work. This definitely needs 2 trains, right? Can we find other plastic builds and then see if they have stuff the same? Okay, this one's filling up quickly. And then once it's done, I want to see how much is remaining in the boxes. There. 4.5. Yeah, that's definitely an issue. Cool. So we found another thing that we want to fix. And I like this part. This is the slow optimization where we take one step forward and then many steps laterally. Always two. And another one of these. Oh, that's bad. I guess you have to be here. Grumble, grumble, grumble. There. Had to stop it. Stop time. So that it would be stuck here. Now this wants to go to plastic, which is up here, but I can't build it in this point because then it gets too close. There you go. That was too close. You could see. Huh? So that's okay. This one's green. So redo the plastic. Same. It unfortunately only works for future plastic. I mean, I suppose I could hack it in here. Could I? No. It's gonna be ugly. Well, that's why we have save games. So let's save here. But we don't have them yet, and it's the penultimate block before science, space science. Yes, it is. Do you think those inserters can even load plastic into the chest as fast as they can produce it? I mean, it feels a little bit like you have the answer to that question already. Let's see. So I know I go back and check. Two inserters picking up here from a full belt. I think so. Not if it was a normal belt, but from a splitter, I think so. Let's actually have a look. Well, not this one. Here. Does it stutter? Maybe it stutters a little bit. Yeah, it does stutter a little bit. I don't think this is a good idea to manually build. Oops. Yeah, I did build this. I think that could be built. better like that. Oops, there. That's still green. Two. Copy, paste. Go to that one. That's it. And next plastic is down here. Two. Ah, still works. And 6 stops. 6 stops? Trains with this stop. Yeah, 3 trains, 3 stops, 6 trains. Yes, that's what we wanted. Good. Okay, so that should cure our plastic problems. Oops. I'm not doing something I really shouldn't be doing here. I should not be running around. There, I can fly around. Well. Where are we? Oh, you know what? Steel. What a surprise. And then sulfur is weird. Sulfur is really weird. Why do we have sulfur being requested? Because that's not just sulfur, that's also sulfuric acid. There would have to be... There are not that many things that request it. That's battery build. There's our battery build. Do you request it? No. Yes, you do, actually. Okay, well, that was totally fair. And I guess the batteries are stacking up really heavily here. Yeah, 2 battery blocks. Yeah, they consume a lot. And the other battery block is also requesting because it's a big fat 0. Okay, so it is actually true. We need a lot of sulfuric acid. Look at how much idle copper we have here. There. Yeah. Oh, but look at that. There's no... Okay, there's 1 copper down here, but aside from that, it looks like copper is clustered here. Coincidence. That's the thing with anything that's a random pattern is always looks a lot less random than it seems. And did I forget to unload this? Yes, I did. I put it in, but I did not put that in. Power block. Cool. Is the copper idle just because the stockpile filled up? Yes. Well, yeah. Well, they're actually not really idle because then they go into the green circuits and the green circuits go into the red circuits, which is still burning, and you can see consuming and consuming. So it is a lot of copper we actually demand. And well, the red circuits is not anywhere close to ready. Oh, this one is... Oh no. See, now it goes in here, but it doesn't go out because that doesn't matter. So that right now there's nothing requesting red circuits. Can we confirm that? Yes. But we do have something that requests sulfuric acid. What are we building again? Power. Okay. So let's see what's next going to be. Steel is still in taboo. Sulfur is still in taboo. Oil processing is still in taboo. And then it goes to blue, which is not in taboo. And then, There are only one thing that requests blue circuits, and that's this one. And you have not received any blue circuits because I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. This one. Yeah, okay. I'm an idiot. Let's go fix that. Manual. And fueling. You know what? Probably should have a destination as well. Good. Stack inside of the sign size is 5 or 6, I guess. So it's not fast enough. Here. Yeah, picked it up. And I go back. Templates and take the blue one. Yes. Good. And then go. That was the compiling. And then deploying. That's actually continuous integration. The system is still running, and we're deploying live into production environment because that's the only way to roll. There you go. They are still building what exactly? There. You put one stack of fuel, not one unit, not a stack. I did want to put one unit in, not one stack. Stack size should not be a problem since it'll be eventually researched. Yes. What is this template magic you're using? It's part of this editor extended editor mode. Then you can go to another level. I've created a level here where I design all my templates so that if I need something updated, then I can work it here, take a save of it. Because if I have to take a save of it from the original base that's in progress, then I have to find out where the hell the trains are or reset the trains. And this way I can keep the base expanding, and then just, yeah, then just work on the templates and then copy the templates back into it and into this. There. And we make more power. How's our power supply here? Okay, it's getting back online. Stack inserter size 5 is researched by Blue Science. Exactly, that's why I wanted. You should have put 2 items of fuel since one of them will be immediately consumed when time unpauses. Yeah, but I saved it as, okay, I'll just show you. I think I did it correctly. Because I did not, which one was it? Was it blue? This one. No, that's not blue. This is blue. I left this. It's not, still not Blue Science. This one. You're still not Blue Science. This is Blue Science. I left it as manual, so this doesn't get consumed. So it's going to be part of the blueprint. So, I remembered it. Uh, 6 to 10 is purple, 12 is purple and yellow. What does that mean? See, this, okay, power has restored. What are we looking at sort of power-wise? During the night. Okay, so this is the time when accumulators are full. And then for some reason it started up before nighttime again, but we never know. It's probably like, yeah, I don't know, something enabled. There are so many moving parts that you don't really know how it works anymore. Just kind of managing the black box as well as we can. Let's see, still working on power, and we should stop making power now. Let's see. Okay, so they should be coming home soon. And after this, let's try to figure out what it's going to be. Steel is always steel. Steel is in taboo. No. Sulfur is in taboo. Blue, oh, it's going to be, oh, it's going to be now. It's going to be now. Oh, the moment the moment we've been waiting for. I hope. It's going to make low density structures. Low LDS. Go, go, go. Low density structures. Amazing. It only took a little bit of time before it actually built it manually, or not manually, definitely not manually, quite the opposite of build it eventually. That's what I wanted to say. All the non-solar powers, yes, require water. That's why we can't do it, or don't want to do it. And I also think that it's cool to have a base that is half of it is solar panels. If we look at it, then it looks better. It means the trains will not be as congested because they will actually have a little bit of driving time between locations, and I think that's actually advantageous for this. Around the 11th ring. Well, not really 11th ring, because a ring would be like this. 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's in the 5th ring. And it already built it. Let's see if it actually works. Come on, copper. This copper might be 60. It's gonna unload. Okay, so that does have 2 of them. Go, 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 go. It doesn't actually fill up the belts, though. That's not a... It's a problem. No, it's not a problem, because this is... 60 is 2 full belts, and this is definitely more than 4 half belts. So it's almost filling up this. This should be reaching the end soon enough and start stacking up. Okay, no problem. And making another yellow science. Oh my, oh my. That's going to be a problem, because that's just going to ruin everything with all additional blue circuit requirements, and oh no. Well, we are allowed to make 2 yellow science facilities, but no more than that. Solar power can also recover from balance. Yes. Hey, Jesus Sisters, thank you for the 17 months.
Welcome
and
home.
we have two trains, or 2 train stops with this name, but only 1 train yet. This one is the one we're keeping an eye on. Okay, and then they're filling up, and this is stacking up as well. Good. And things are coming out. Also good. Off we go. And then let's see what the next one is going to be built. Battery deployed. Oh, right, that's obvious, because this one is requesting everything in, and one of them being batteries. But that's actually pretty amazing. Look at this. This is the new yellow science build. Everything except the LDS is coming in. LDS is not working. Is it? Oh, it is actually working. It is the 1000. Yeah, okay. So LDS, because that's an awful stack size. So, we're going to follow this train. Replastic. Have you looked in Factorio Have a look in Factorio sometime. Any upcoming Dyson Sphere project? Yes. When the dark fog descends, then we are going to definitely come back. And then some iron smelting? Sure. All right. Sometime I'll look in Factorio. Jeff, what about the other thing that you're working on? Is that an inconvenient truth? Okay. So basically, stack size 8 is pretty good. Hear me out. You could definitely, you even called it hear me out. Uh-huh. So what is it doing here? Oh, right. It's that loader you want. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Oh, no, I missed the opportunity because I was looking at something else. Uh, don't know if we want. No, we don't need two because look at that. It by the time it comes back, it's only 240 something. But we're definitely gonna need. We're gonna need 4 of these builds. So that's gonna be difficult to get. So we got another battery, which is yeah problematic. So we're gonna definitely need more sulfuric acid as well. I love how this is working. Like honestly, it's working so much better than I had anticipated. We put a bit of effort into it for sure, but a bit of effort, a wee bit of effort, but just like how all of this has been sort of just just going. Did you set a goal for the SPM of this program, or is it choosing regarding on what's missing? It is working on 6 science per second for all sciences, and it's now working on the yellow science. After that, it has to work on the rocket science, and then once that's done, it'll stabilize the base so that it can continually produce at 6 science per second, launching rockets, doing all this stuff. And when that happens, it'll just start over and build up towards 12 science per second. And that's how it goes. So it doesn't have a, actually we don't have that loop at the end. So what we have now is, what we're missing now is we're missing rocket, this design, rocket control unit, and design rocket silo, and then set science expansion when everything else is done. Actually, I think that's automatically, doesn't it? It is actually done. If it ever gets to this one, it just builds another. But the thing is, it never gets, it's prioritized list, so it comes up here, and then if it finds something it wants to do that is not in taboo, and then it just builds it and it starts over. And it just gradually moves its way up here. But now there's, and we have the list, anything with a light on is the stuff that's still queued up for build. So sulfur is understandable because we don't have enough sulfuric acid for our batteries. Steel is natural because we'll never have enough steel. This just has to be built every time we can. We just build more steel. I always wondered, how do you make the trains distribute only when it's needed? I'll show you. We can take anyone. Oh, not that one. Ah, run away! Ah, panic! Let's get something basic like this. Yeah, so this one. When enable train limit, this is basically 0 means don't send a train in here when it goes to 1. And basically, I just monitor how much I have in the boxes. At this point, I have 15,000. And I basically say if it's less than 10,000, then request more inbound. Then open the station. And as soon as the station opens, one of the idle copper trains will go there. Because they are all called, all my stations are called either, the pure here is what is producing, and then all of this is the requester station. So I have 7 places that request red circuits, and currently there are 0 open, that's the right hand number, and 0 inbound. For example, here, steel, I have 8 stations here. There are 8 of them that are requesting, and 6 of them are having a train inbound. So you can see here, they are already here, and this one doesn't have a train inbound, but it would like to have a train inbound. Oh, that was the other way around. These are the ones producing. Interesting. Let's look at the train. Let's look at the request. Let's try that again and look at the ones that request steel. So I have 6 places that request steel. 2 of them are open, and 2 of them have a train assigned, as far as we can see. There. Let's try that. There is someone made a mistake as well. Lovely. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you for highlighting it. That's perfect. Now we found that mistake. Okay, so that is from here to here. And then I need to find the other one. And then we need to fix the template. So we fixed it in production, and then we go, need to get our source code. Pick it up. Go into our source code. This is this one, all our templates, and that was purple science. And purple science, first we fix it in production, and then we fix it the code so that it doesn't happen again. We compile the code. The code is now compiled. Then we go back, and then we deploy it back into our production environment, and now it's deployed. I think I made a mistake. Did I? No, why did it go bleep? It shouldn't have gone beep. Beep. There you go. That's the beep we want. And power is draining. Oh, wasn't that a radar beep? I hope it was a radar beep because I couldn't figure out why it would beep, so it was probably just a radar beep. Let's go with that, and let's say that that was the kind of beep it was. There are multiple open stations with the same name. Tell them to go to the closest available station. Train limits are the trick that makes it tick. Yes, train limits are such a brilliant move. Like, we had a lot of problems with many-to-many train networks, and we had come up with weird ways of solving it. And the only real way was using logistics train network to solve that problem. And only realistic. There was also other very, very complicated circuit network solutions. But that was really the only way. And then they go like, oh yeah, we added this checkbox, and it works like it's not. And they go like, oh, such a simple feature. And I don't know how simple it was to code it, but damn, that is so impressive. Like, such a small thing. It has such a big impact. It's absolutely amazing how just like that little thing being able to prevent trains from even going here, because previously you could close the station, but when you close the station and the train was already en route, it just it was icky. It's a perfect feature. It's very simple, small surface area that enables cool beer. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we can just dive in and we can control it with circuits and conditions, and you can manipulate it in many different ways. It's such a cool feature. Okay, you send out. Oh, it was another low density structure. Oh, it's like Christmas. I've been reading a lot about branching strategies in source control regions. What are your experience with continuous integration delivery? My experience is that I had, some really competent people doing it for me. And they were the ones arguing for it. And I was like, yes, do it. What do you need? That's a problem. I just messed up. Unrecoverable. Unless I do. This checkpoint is basically TSM mod implemented again. TSM. Oh, right. For me, TSM is a lot of different things. But not that. TSM is a old school League of Legends American pro team. And it's also the best mod in World of Warcraft. Yeah, TSM Esports. Yes. But it's also Trade Skill Manager, which was probably the most impactful after the cursive. It Trade Skill Manager was the reason why everything got so expensive for everyone else, except for us loot goblins in World of Warcraft. Yeah, Team Solomed, yeah. Yeah, but Trade Skill Manager, that was that was a completely different way up. Oh, it progressed. This is perfect. It progressed until beyond where we are in scope. The program overtook us and started building something we're not ready for. This is the yeah, what is it? Deployed something rocket. Rocket fuel. Why does it deploy rocket? No, it's that one. It's rocket. Oh, and oh no, it deploys science lab. No, oh, stop. Then we actually have to stop it. That's brilliant. Damn, need to go further back. Hold on. Remember this. No one can remember that. I need to go further back. Damn. Well, that's 5 more minutes. Too much jogging, blueprint faster. Yeah, must design faster. So we need to go this way, and hopefully it'll be the same way. Yeah. What a nice and convenient chat log for the plugin. What? Don't know what you... Hope some of the stuff they teased about train controls will be similar. Good general purpose toolbox features. Yeah, I hope so. Do we have the needed blueprint? No, we haven't designed it. It's the 2 blueprints that are missing. It's the rocket control unit and it is the rocket silo. What? Not that back. Check your steel in purple signs. Oh. Steel. Yeah, that's a good point. A good point. Where's the purple science? There you are. It's good. And the other one was down here, I feel. I don't know. I can't do it that way. Yes, so that's done. That is okay. And now it builds power, and then it builds 1, 2, and then we stop it there. And then that means, so basically what I'm thinking is that I will need to do one more stream of this, and then it's basically done. It's done in the complete first iteration. And I have no idea how to present it, because no matter how I present it, it'll either be a 2-hour thing where like, oh, and if this, then that, and then it's, and, or it'll be like, look, it's cool, it does stuff. Map view for the blueprint, like purple science. Yeah, it would be, but I don't know. I can't do that. Nothing allows me to do that, as far as I know. So, let's see. I'm gonna take a save now, and I'm just gonna take another save in a bit. Just no point in waiting until the last second and then realizing that I missed the window. Then we can always go ahead. Hi, how it going? It's going great. We've actually made big strides forward. We have, do we even have yellow signs, or are we just thinking we have yellow signs? Yeah, there's a little bit of yellow signs here. Shouldn't this also have a condition? I think that would be better. It did it again. And that's the last one we're allowed to make, right? Yeah. Why are you in there? That makes no sense why you're in there. That doesn't make any sense. You should never be in there, should you? That was a beep. Fuckity fuck. Damn it. Ended it too. Need to do one more. That's the recursive. Then I take that out. Yeah. And the stuff that we're missing is all invalid. What? Copper. Copper should still be done. So I do want one more. There you go. That's the copper coming in. Yes. And then I take it out now. See, why does it go in there? That's a mistake. I don't get how it did that. It was too fast. Oh, but that means I have to put it in here in order to... There's no way I can remember that. I'll just make a note. Start up next time. Put blueprint book in box to start deploying rocket silo. There. Yeah. And then I'm going to test it to see if it's correct. That was not correct. It just made 2 builds. Fuck. Oh, that's not good. It's the fact that it somehow... It just went beep. This is so odd. Like, look, this is how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be there while the robots are busy. And then when the robots stop being busy, it'll grab in there. That's how it's supposed to go. And that's close to be now. There. And then it selects, there we go. And it went straight in. Hello, Jessica. Welcome. Look, it went straight in. And when it goes in, this one is the one that increments here. So, somehow, this one... that. I think the problem is the fact that it goes in there and then it goes around too quickly that the robot simply did not fly out yet. And it still goes in there first. I don't like it. Don't like it one bit. Good. So this one is definitely the last one that is allowed to be placed. Ah, yeah. Massive deadlock. 4-back tower for all trains. Yes, definitely. Stop. How did you... I told you not to do this. How did... How did this happen? It doesn't have a blueprint book. Okay, well I'm gonna take you out and stop being silly. Good. It does it again. How do you send it out? But where was that beep from? That beep is weird. Because that beep is not coming from here. You've seen what you built. Way am I to pay grade? Actually, I haven't built any of this. This is I just built this thing, which is the logic to control that it builds all of this itself. So don't worry, I didn't build any of this. I think we're in a better position now. This is I'm gonna save it as 14. There you go. That is better. Yeah. Next time. Rocket silo is one of the next builds to get built. When placing blueprint book there. So I think we're definitely going to do one more of this. There, one more of these sessions, and then we'll have the rocket launch included as well. Is there a time-lapse video? It's cool. Not yet, but that's what I want to do once it's done. But there's no real point in making this build or making it a time-lapse until it can complete all the way through. And I don't know how to do it, but I kind of think I'm thinking what would be the best way, and I'm pretty sure that the best way would be, like, how would I tell the story the best possible way? It would be a time-lapse build, but I kind of have to take breaks out of the time-lapse to show some kind of feature, right? So we'll just spend time looking at it, and then I'll be like zooming in on a particular feature. Like at some point, the power will decrease, and then we'll sort of, and this is how the power works, and then it does this and this and this and this, and then sort of zoom out and let it build a little bit of thing. Look at the blocks that it's building, with a timer in the corner or something like that. That's a blueprint book given to me by a Nintendo Switch, and it's ultra useful, but I always wondered who F is Nilaus. I've seen that. Interesting. I love that. This is also why when I made the blueprint books, I was like, is it too self-infatuated to write Nilaus something? And I was like, no, because this blueprint book might be something that just floats around and has a life of its own. And there are several people who discover me were like, oh, I have blueprints with your name on it, but I didn't know that was an actual person or what it was, that Nilaus thing. Probably better to use regular time lapse from video editor than time lapse mod. Oh, absolutely, definitely. But then it's gonna be difficult to figure out like what are the things that I want to show and where do I want to sort of zoom in and zoom out on it. Because looking at it like this and just letting it evolve doesn't get you the details. But you'd want to go, like, when the first thing iterates, you want to sort of show the little icon going and then filtering in and sort of, okay, and then zoom out and show the first block that gets made. And then while this next couple of blocks are being made, like a lot of blocks are being made, then we can zoom in and talk about something. And then when it's at this scale, when it's 3x3 and 5x5 and so on and so forth, and then I don't know if I want to narrate through it or I want to sort of let it play with music and then sort of maybe interspersed having a little, now we notice that something happens. I don't know. Books are so helpful and got me from spaghetti to semi-functional factory. I'm interested to see what else you do now. Thank you. Well, I have a YouTube channel, and there are lots and lots of videos. Both each of the blueprints is coming from a specific video where I describe how and why and do the design work. So if you want to understand how the design is done, then that's also how it works. And then I'm doing like more extreme cases like this one where I want to build a base that builds itself, or mega basing as well. Maybe talk a bit about the first block each time it's built. I don't think that's interesting because like it's a copper smelting. Here's another thing. This is iron smelting. And I think I want to sort of zoom out from that level of detail. This is a little bit too close that it changes to map view. Like all these are like they're interesting to see, but they are not particularly, yeah. I think it's more interesting to sort of talk about the logic of it. Like, okay, how does it determine what to build next? And how does it prevent it from building the same thing again? But those I've already covered. So I think that once you have the final one, then it's a little bit more zoomed out. So let me hear, like, before we end, how long should a video like this be, ideally? I have an idea myself, but let's, because it should not, it's either entertainment of just going to tease you and go like, look at this cool thing I built, and here are some of the cool features of it. And then people who are not, yeah, thank you, Factor Musculator, the people who are not been part of the live streams will be like, oh, that's so cool, wow. But there will also be people who go like, but you didn't explain how it worked. So I'm like, I think ideally it would be like between 15 and 20 minutes, and then be mainly just showing it and just showing some of the cool features of how it decides things and how it recovers from situations. And then second video with explanation. Yeah. A series, I'm not going to make a series of it, but yeah. 2 videos, one for time lapse, one for explanation. I think that's actually not a bad idea. That might be just one that is pure entertainment of just showcasing what it is, and then basically another one that says, now I'll explain the features of it. I like that. Good idea. Anyway, because then there'll be the teaser for this pure entertainment, and then they'll be like, okay, how does it actually work? They'll show you the thing and make it all flashy and cool, and then go on to explain the later in an almost separate cut of the video. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We'll try that. I love trying new things, and most of them don't work, but hey, now I'm not only talking about Factorio, I'm also talking about the rest of life. Just you try a lot of things, and most of it doesn't work, but it was a good experience anyway. So, thank you all for joining. It was fun doing a little bit of Factorio again, and I think I'll do it again next week. Or if I get bored with either Icarus or Desync next week, then I'll probably do the next part here. But if you want to know something about Factorio Space Age or my take on it, then check out that video that was just linked. So, a short-ish time-lapse might have a wider appeal. Yes, I think you're right about it. I think it's a really good point. It's also the stuff that some people will look at a video and go like, 30 minutes? Damn, I'm not going to watch it. Even though it's like 5 minutes of cool things and 25 minutes of boring explanation. 25 minutes, right? So anyway, super awesome. Very fun. We're definitely going to be touching back with Factorio. I was planning to not play more Factorio until the expansion came out here this fall, but since it's next fall, maybe, then I can't just go a whole year without Factorio. So we'll do more Factorio stuff. Anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow for some Desync, and then some Icarus rest of the week, and then some Starfield at the end of the week as well. Thank you, everyone. Good night. Take care, and stay effective.